It's very interesting to me. It's like I wonder what style you're gonna choose. There's like I've done so many at this point.
Yeah. Some of the earlier ones I really vibe with. Like, I vibe with the later ones too, but the earlier ones I was like, oh, this is official now. But just for my own conscience, let me take a look at the more recent ones. Just in case.
Oh, yeah, I did like a whole. There was like a whole spree where I just did like a style.
Yeah. To be like that sometimes.
Still don't understand why you chose to work backwards, Kevin.
I don't know either.
This one's pretty good.
I
as well.
refuse to hard code anything ever. I'll just do everything manually.
Fuck, I scrolled so far back up, I arrived back at the Victor and Jace meme, like, what is gayer? Literal gay sex. Whatever Victor and Jace were doing in this fucking scene.
Oh yeah, I stand on that. I don't care what anyone says. Victor and Jace had way more chemistry
I
than Vi and Caitlyn.
I feel like this is okay. Like, I'm biased to talk about it because I just don't like Caitlyn. So like anything that has to do with Vi and Caitlyn, I'm like, eh.
I also don't like Caitlyn, and I don't feel like I'm biased at all. I just don't think they vibe. I don't think it's anything to do with my feelings.
I agree. But when it comes to like Victor and Jace, after they said like that the intent was for them to be like just very like platonic. They love each other platonically, but it's not like sexual. I was like, you know what? I like this. I like it.
Yeah, sure. It works either way. It's just I found that much more. I just found that much more enticing as two partners. That's all. I don't know. Maybe it was just me. I just like. There are just often times where I was like, "Why do you two like each other again?" Oh, you just okay. Well, sure.
Grimvar. Okay, let's call this Lucina 3 because I already have like 2 of them saved.
Kina level 3. I guess we should probably just save it for. I mean, we're so close. Might as well just save it.
Here, for Kevin's reference, this is what she looks like.
Oh yeah, I guess he would. Yeah, I do quite vibe with this one. It's one of my favorite ones.
What is this?
That's Lucina.
The bitch we're gonna go meet in a second.
Yes, not necessarily in a second. We know how D&D games go, but
right.
Yeah.
One
I mean, that's
second,
true.
i.e. 5 sessions from now.
Yeah.
Let me just grab a coffee and I'll be good.
She's more specifically as no links Lagoose.
I need water.
We might make it to her by the end of the session.
Hmm?
Said we might make it to her by the end of the session.
Yes. With some luck, we might. No, I just heard the ting of my air fryer.
Ping.
Okay, I have coffee, breakfast for dinner. I am ready.
Okay, I now have hydration.
What is your hydration?
I have a Gatorade and a water.
I have coffee.
Coffee.
I have
Coffee.
coquito.
Coffee.
You have coffee? Huh?
Well, should I grab a beer too?
Coquito.
Should I triple fist?
Is that an alcohol? Is that what the
Yeah,
kids?
it's a like Puerto Rican eggnog.
Oh, okay. I don't know
I'm
alcohols.
done.
I am a non-drinker by trade.
Oh,
Got rum in
what are
it.
you whining for? What are you whining for,
You see,
kitty?
you can say that, but that means very little to me. I don't really understand what rum is supposed to taste like. I
Fair.
get the inkling it's supposed to be sweet.
It is on the sweeter side, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like depending on if you get like a clear rum or a dark rum, the dark rums tend to be a little bit spicy as well.
Mm,
Like not hot spicy, but like
Spice.
aromatic with a little bit of a
Yeah.
bite to them.
okay.
All right, let's see
Oh.
what food I'm gonna order.
Laura,
Yeah.
did you see Renee ordering?
Oh yeah, that one's pretty great.
Did you like my title for it? The ongoing anthology.
Let me look again. I just kind of barely glanced at it earlier. An ongoing anthology, I see.
Yes. The question is, will it ever stop? The answer is maybe.
I don't know. Trying to
5 years from now, still panicking.
All right, I'm not going to bother hard coding improved bloodstream until we figure out how it fits into 2024 D&D DACA. I've just pasted what we have in there for now. I don't know if DACA's back yet. DACA's dead. We're in charge of the session now.
All right,
Oh my
everything
God.
is free. We own
Aw,
we
hell
own the
yeah.
entire
We own the city.
Mason Market.
Let's
We
fucking
built
go.
this
And the
city.
library, just cause. We know we need that bitch, but now we own it. Higher, deeper, say it. I'm talking
Ah,
about money.
cat. Stop. Oh, you're being so cute, but you're being very unhelpful.
I have
To be fair,
returned.
when has a cat been helpful?
You know, so true. But the like actively trying to lay on my hand to get me to pet her while I'm trying to use the mouse doesn't work well.
Oh, so your paladin cat is trying to lay on hand?
Yes.
Boo.
Ah,
Sometimes you can pretend that I said something at least amusing.
no.
There's a specific reason I'm upset about this, and it's because I was planning on playing a Tabaxi Paladin and making that joke at some point.
I think you're a funny person, which is
In
why
the
I
Sunday
would.
game, you prick.
I think you're
Just don't
funny,
make
which
it.
is why I wouldn't disrespect you with false laughter.
You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. That was flattering. I'll take it.
See?
Let me trim your nails if you're gonna lay
Honesty.
right there. Just let me trim your nails, please.
Right. Is everyone here?
Yes.
Yerp.
Also, I just looked at the blood mage spell table, and realized I can only take level 1 spells. You're a dick.
I was wondering about that. I was like, I'm not sure if I should point out to him that he can only take level 1 spells so far. Because he seems to be... Because you never said like you were intending on picking a higher level 1. You were just talking about them. So I wasn't sure if you were just talking about them because you were looking at them and thinking about them, or if you were considering
it was
them.
mostly that, but I didn't
truthfully-
realize until just this moment. God damn it.
Yeah. And then
It's
I was
why
like,
would you? It's like he's talking about 9th level spells. Well, obviously he's not going to be able to use those, so he's probably just talking about this, right?
yeah, exactly. It's because
Right.
I don't like to point out to people things if I'm not sure if they are aware or not. Because I think it's annoying when someone points out to you a thing that you already know. So I just didn't, and I hoped you knew.
No, I mean, I figured it out. But I'm still going to call you a dick.
It's because like the blood mage like class features are much weaker. Just by themselves than the
But
Blood Knight ones, which is on purpose because part of their benefit is just having access to higher level blood spells.
Well, yeah, I mean, because like the effects of some of the second and third level spells are closer to more like third or fourth level spells.
Exactly. Yes, that's by design. Like they are meant to be essentially a power creep of other spells. Because the main benefit of the class is just getting to cast those spells.
Power creep in this.
We are power creeping this game. That's
We
so
are
crazy.
power creep. This game is just built on power creep, y'all.
But I have to wait for us to level up before I can take Detect Heartbeat. That's such a fun one.
Sorry. Yes.
When's the new meta dropping? What's the new pack?
True.
The new meta.
The new meta is when he adds in all the extra feats.
Yeah.
More
I
feet
mean,
for everyone.
To be fair, like I do have some stuff like that I want to. You know when you're playing a video game and you unlock things. I do have some things that I have been more or less working in terms of homebrew, but I was like, I kind of want to present this to them after they meet it in the game in some way or see it being referenced in the word or something in some fashion, just like I did with the Blood Mage and the Dragoon.
Loki, I love Materia, and I wish it was in every game now because they're just the right amount of like, what are you doing down there, Laura?
They're just the right amount of.
Cat
This
walking
is
on the
because
keyboard.
She's currently just flopping on my keyboard, and Oh, hi.
That
Called
last
it.
one
It's
looks
cat.
suspiciously like a dick.
Yeah.
With a very
Your
I've
cat
seen this one.
Your cat literally
It
just
looks
drew a
more-
dick.
Okay, if your dick has a cross at the end like that, please seek help.
I didn't say it was mine.
It's an animal
I said I
dick.
saw one.
Your cat drew like a dick with a knot.
Oh no, not nodding. Not this soon into session.
Not for nothing.
Not this.
If your eyesight is bad enough, it'll blur the lines together, so then it does make it like a proper hood.
It's fair, I guess. Give it the actual like tip flare.
I
Can we?
don't know if I've
rewind
ever heard you
before-
say something worse to me.
You're welcome.
Tip
Guys,
there.
let's get this show on the road.
Do we have to?
So what house are we
must.
renting?
Yes, so brief recap. You guys, last session we settled some pending things from the downtime. The party also had a moment to say their goodbyes to Orin, as he is embarking on the vacation of a lifetime, literally.
He's gonna be a Pokemon professor.
Yes, he is now Professor Oak somewhere else. This is canon. I don't care. I'm gonna host a campaign somewhere, someday that is Pokemon based, and Orin is the professor.
You have my blessing.
Thank you. After all of that was settled, the party headed back to Graethelm, having a little bit of a chat with Bendover, the ferryman, not ferryman, but carriage man. Immediately upon arriving at the city, the party was greeted by a child who immediately headed out for Noah, for reasons soon to be explained to them. This little girl holding a very big hammer called Rala Sokmali seemed to have designs directed at the party, specifically about their plans to meet up with Lady Commander Lucina Windranen. Rala instead insisted that the party should meet up with them later on in the day at a specific time, at a specific place. And although it was a little bit difficult to convince some of the party members of this, eventually it was agreed that they would indeed follow this plan. And in the meanwhile, you sort of took a stroll around city to see what the vibes are like, see what the people are like, do a little bit of information gathering. Amidst this, you have ascertained that most of the townsfolk are under some kind of charm effect. First, by having Myzel's detect magic investigate the presence of magic in itself, and later Noah's eyes going further in and drawing some other conclusions that maybe this was a kind of charm, similar to the one that had previously been seen in the vampire's eyes way back when, with an effect that has a relation to memory in some way. That aside, the party has still a few hours of the day that they have around. They have been around. Free to decide what they could do with it. I sent you guys the sort of like items list just ahead of time, just to sort of like put that out in the world, that if in case you wish to stock up on anything, those are the magical options that will be available to you through a little bit of investigating on the city's commercial district. You can also visit the public library if you want, as you had originally intended. There is also the matter of your lodging, if you're going to stay at an inn, rent a house, buy a house, rent an inn, I don't know. You have a few hours until the designated time where Rala is going to take you to wherever Lucina wishes to meet with you. And the stage is proverbially yours.
I just want the bag of holding.
Okay.
That is my desire. You guys can spend all those thousands of goals for other things. I just want bag of holding.
I would like to know what everybody's interested in, because I obviously am holding on to a lot of money. And I'm obviously willing to spend this money on anything anybody else wants. I had a list, and let me do the math again. I think it was like
You wanted 6,200 gold worth of stuff.
Yeah, which obviously also I don't have to buy all of it, but there were a few that I didn't exactly knew what they did either, so I wanted to ask about that.
Yeah, I gave you guys sort of like brief descriptions, right? But those are not the spelled out versions of them. So that's kind of whatever you want to get. You can just tell me, and I will fetch the proper description and send it on the out of character chat, or I can just read it out loud to you guys, I guess.
Yeah, so I was curious about what exactly does the Bariath fur cloak do?
Okay.
Because the main thing that was interesting to me was the cold immunity, because I don't actually have any mechanical resistances to cold. But I feel
Really?
like I don't.
Crazy.
I don't. We just pretend that I do.
That is wild.
Yeah, we just
He's
pretend
not
that I do.
bothered by cold, but he actually doesn't know cold resistance.
Yeah. So I just wanted something to mechanically tie that storytelling portion in. So
Okay.
Honestly, that one was the most interesting, but if any of the other ones do something similar or like interesting enough, then those I could use as well.
Right.
Like the Bambara fur leggings and the fur cloak Yeti.
Okay. So as you guys like display interest in the items, I'm gonna run us through the actual shops themselves, right? So as for the Bariath fur coat, I put it as cloak, but it's a coat, not a cloak. That is important. I noticed that I made most of them cloaks, and I changed some of them to be other things, such as the Yeti fur, which is a shawl. Anyway, that item is located in Windrun Furs, the largest, most successful business in the whole city. It is most of the buildings in the map that we're seeing in the there in the game are not. The map is just a representation. It's not literally the map of the city. But Windrun Furs is different because it is actually this large purple building over there. As you get to it, it has a wooden exterior in very, very finely carved dark wood with these purple highlights and stone, polished stone around it. There are these large double doors, 2 sets of them that head into the building, and once inside, you see racks of very fine furs. They have furs for all kinds of animals and all kinds of pieces of clothing. Not all of them are magical. In fact, most of them aren't magical. They're just, furs. Including some synthetic furs, in case Maisel is wondering. But the proprietress, Vanessa Windranen, who is this... where are my character descriptions? Here. You have already met her.
Oh.
Sorry, what?
Somebody pressed break time.
Kevin.
Did not.
Vanessa is this sort of like medium to shortish height, but she wears heels to compensate for that. Middle-aged Hyoran woman. She has this brown hair that is tied up in a bun. Beautiful, beautiful blue eyes. Her hair has some streaks of brown. Some streaks of gray in the middle of the brown coloration of them. She should be like around her 40s, reaching her 50s maybe. She is dressed wearing this very fine, like elegant purple dress covered with a fur that looks to be maybe like bear or something, but very worked to the extent that it is cozy, but doesn't seem very heavy. She's not just decked out in jewelry, but you can tell she dresses fancily. She is very warm and sympathetic. She greets you all. She and goes like, "Oh, hello. You have returned. I thought you had left town for good. Are you looking for anything? Can I help you with anything?"
Who's leading on this?
Who did she greet by? I thought you'd left town for good.
I don't remember who, but someone had stopped by the shop.
No, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
She might know me, although I don't
She goes
remember
with
any
you.
specific interactions. Yeah. I can talk to her. I'm really good in social settings. So
I'll talk to her. Oh yes, we've come to do some business with you.
Indeed. I remember. I always remember all my clients. So, can I interest you in anything today?
I was gonna sort of scan over. Well, my friend has a bit of gold burning a hole in his pocket, and what we're looking for, Noah?
I was interested in something that might be a little bit more resistant to the cold. Not just the physical feeling, but the damages that come from it.
All right. Let's get you something that can suit your needs then. And she begins to introduce you to several pieces of furs, and obviously at first she goes for the non-magical ones, because normal people just, they don't get magical things from the cold, they just wear warm things. But as sort of like the interaction progresses and she sees that you guys possibly have more money than she would expect to and are looking for more special things, she introduces you to a more reserved section of the store, which is where she keeps the magical things. Over the course of the encounter, she also explains that all of the furs there are the furs themselves are sourced from many places, but they are produced and crafted right there in their shop. For the Barioth fur coat that you are looking for, she kind of gets you towards like this sort of closet, and you see inside like this glass case is a stand that is wearing this coat of white fur with a few like black stripes at times. It looks a little bit like a wolf coat, but different in a way. Vanessa then goes on to explain that, well, this is possibly the most precious item we have in the store. This was crafted 27 years ago by my father, Gregor Winternen. A Barioth, I assume those of you who may be from here may know, but for those who are not, a Barioth is the apex predator of many environments up here in Grimvar. It is a large beast of ferocious teeth, fangs, with magical ice-based powers that allow it to hunt a great many animals and monsters. The feature that it's most known for is probably its fangs, but its fur also possesses incredible ice-resistant qualities and even some of its residual magic, which my father managed to capture in this piece. Now, as I mentioned, it has been here for a very long time, perhaps just waiting for its rightful owner.
I just need to point out the Monster Hunter nerd out here.
Yeah, I'm gonna send a picture of what a Barioth is.
It's cool as fuck, guys.
Yeah, for those who who are not familiar.
I'm not familiar with its game.
I'm not familiar.
Yeah, you're not familiar with this game. Here.
It is one of the more absurd looks I've ever seen. I'm just like, wow, someone really just put just mesh things
Dragon
together,
cat,
man.
hell yeah.
Yeah, it's a giant cat dinosaur. Ice saber-toothed cat dinosaur.
It's
Oh, yeah.
friend-shaped.
I want
It's friend-shaped, yes.
I want a hug.
So what this fur coat does?
It's like an ice Tarrasque.
Nothing.
Crafted of the
rice.
hide. Crafted of the hide and furs of a Barioth. This coat is both beautiful and functional, being adjustable to fit perfectly around one's height and worn armor. So essentially, it's something you can fit in and around armor, or you can just wear as is. While wearing the coat, you have advantage on stealth checks made in snowy terrain. If you are also attuned to the coat, it gains the following benefits: immunity to cold damage. Your walking speed increases by 10 feet while it's snowing, hailing, or doing a blizzard. And as a bonus action, it can create a whirling blizzard around yourself for 1 minute. For this duration, any creature that starts its turn within 5 feet of the creature must make a Fortitude saving throw, taking cold damage on a failed save or half the damage on a success. A creature that fails this save also has its speeds reduced.
I have a silly question. Does
Yes?
creating a blizzard around yourself using the cloak count towards its speed increase?
It does.
Wow.
So essentially, while the blizzard is going, you get the speed bonus, even if you're not like outdoors or otherwise capable. But if you also cast a spell that creates a blizzard in some way, you can take advantage of that and get the speed increase anyway.
So you only have one of those? Oh wait, that's the wrong voice. Do you only have one of those? Don't suppose you have one that's like made of synthetic fur?
I'm afraid not. We
Do not
took
be
it-
afraid.
Yeah, what we did to make this piece was take charge of the Barioth's innate capacities, and so I'm afraid we are incapable of reproducing the same magical effects if we do not have the magical prime material to work with. You would maybe be better off asking an arcanist to make one from scratch, perhaps.
Fair enough. That's a pity, though.
I apologize. We are a little bit of a specialist store. Is there anything else from that list that you guys would like more details on while we're in the fur section?
The silver bracelet. Actually.
That's a different shop.
That is a different shop, yes.
Yeah, not to be like I want to jump stores endlessly, but
No, we can.
I want to put a little bit of a pin in this one.
Well,
Yeah.
hang
hand
on.
wave getting some
yeah.
cloaks that are different just for purpose of covering arms.
Yeah, me personally, I'm fine.
Yeah,
here.
you can get any kind of high quality furs, etc. For I don't know, like 15 gold a piece or something. It's a very fancy store, so like, you know.
I have
What
a
about
couple
that
hundred on
one?
hand.
Mm.
Can I get 400 gold so I can get the bag of holding?
I heard half of what you said. Were you asking me for 400 gold?
Yeah, I have some on hand. I'll put a bit of my money, but it
Of
won't
course.
take bag of holding.
Of
As
course,
for
this
the
will benefit the whole party.
other stores,
I think
without getting too much into
Mazel
the
wanted something.
oh,
Yeah, as far as the furs store, he'll point over at the wall at one of the Yeti furs and say, "What about that one? Do you all have that in a synthetic form that still maintains the enchantments?"
I find this idea of wearing something synthetic to be odd. You're a vegetarian, right?
Yes.
And you're from the Fae?
Yes.
Pronouns Fei
Aren't
Fam.
plants sentient?
Only sometimes. We don't eat we don't eat the sentient ones. They take great offense if you try.
Hmm. Hmm. Well,
Anyway,
well,
if I can avoid harming a creature, I try to.
Vanessa kind of goes like, well, we don't produce the magic ourselves. We don't have arcanists in our store. We have very competent craftsmen, but that are just capable of taking, again, magical prime material and turning them into things with that retain that magical property. But we could maybe work something out if we. Have you been to Even Stars Constellation?
Not yet, but that is on our list of places to visit.
Yes. Well, the owner is actually an arcanist of some ability. I don't know exactly how much. We are not quite that close, but I do know that he is skilled. So possibly, depending on how things go, if you talk to him, maybe we could get you a synthetic fur shawl, which we do have, one that looks very much like a Yeti's, and he could enchant it with the proper magic. I'm not sure how that will affect the price tag on it, but it could be arranged.
And I'm sure you do work of the highest qualities, and high quality materials are important for imbuing with magic. So we'll be back once I've spoken with the Even Constellation.
Okay. We are very sorry that we can't immediately accommodate for your needs, but we'll do your best. Right. Just to introduce you guys to like the other stores, we don't necessarily need to divide it by like sections. Even Stars Constellation is a relatively like unassuming, quaint little like one-story shop off one corner of the commercial district. It's it really just looks like sort of like those souvenir shops or shops with like oddities and trinkets. But to those who are like familiar with magical things, which would be everyone in the party really, it's very visible that many of the vials and pieces on display are a little more than they seem. They're either magical themselves or they are things that can be used for magical purposes, like regents, arcane focus, components for spells, and all other sorts of things. And the shop itself is very simple, but it has like a few of those hanging like moon-shaped, star-shaped things to sort of decorate the whole like constellation thing. The owner, Phileas Evenstar. Let me see where I put my notes on him. I put everything in like the same document, and I need to scroll down so far to get things. It's unreal.
You should have pages on your documents.
Don't I know that? It's
While you're figuring that out, I have a question for the party because I just realized something. Did we ever decide what we did with Selena's coffin?
I mean, we
Fuck, that's
obviously
true.
left it in the thing because there's no way we could carry it.
No,
It's
we
in-
could. We were able
it's
to move it with
definitely-
Noah's disc.
Yeah, it's in the place that we're renting right now. I put it in one of the rooms.
How?
Okay.
How did
Cool.
you get it here?
On the disc.
On my
With
disc.
a cloak
yeah.
of invisibility.
It's on the disc.
No one wondered why we walked into town with a floating with a coffin on a floating disc.
Nobody asked.
I was gonna say, like, if we couldn't figure anything else out, we might be able to like hide it in Bristol in like the church or something.
Listen, it's up. If Doctor doesn't care, I don't care. That's how I feel. It just sounds stupid when you say it aloud.
About what? The carrying the coffin around?
I mean,
Carry the
honestly,
coffin
right now, do the
from-
guards care?
From Bristol, no, it's not even that. It's like from Bristol to here. Yes, it does sound crazy.
I'm willing to be like, if you want to like carry the coffin on your back, kind of like Vash the Stampede style, I'm willing to go like, okay, that's cool as fuck. You can find a way to do it, or like the item makes itself lighter. I don't know.
Like I said, bro. Like if you don't care, I don't care.
Yeah.
Like, I'm really
As long as
just
it's cool, I don't
of
care.
this shit if it's wanted. Like,
Sure.
carry it
who
on my
cares?
back like I've got a sister in it.
Yeah, we can make the coffin be like, oh, if you attune to it, it becomes lighter or adjusts to your size or whatever. But you don't need to be attuned to it actually. Just like adjust itself magically. That's fine.
Once you sleep in it once.
Anyway, Phileas, the shopkeep. He is a tiny deva, like an earth deva. So he's kind of like stony, in both his skin, which is like not just that rocky shade of brown, but also jagged in some points. And his hair also seems to be like in this old, already grayed out a little, fuzzy, but also pointy and sharp shade. And he's dressed in simple like shopkeep clothes. He's pretty helpful. It's pretty helpful, and is very excited to meet like younger folks such as yourselves. He's very like, oh, I love helping out the younger generation. The world is in your hands. As for the Bejeweled, which I believe is the third one, right? The Grand Bejeweled. It's a fancy, very fancy jewelry store. One of those that has like glass windows and glass panes with all kinds of precious gemstones and necklaces, gold ornaments, silver ornaments, but not all of them are, pure silver because silver is extremely expensive and rare. The owner is, God damn it.
Frank.
Yes. Helen Olga von Lumhardt. She's this very fancy, very elegant woman. She's tall. Why don't I put a note for the races of people here?
Because we don't care about race.
She's a Huron.
She's a Huron, right? Yeah. Where?
Oh, that's pretty good. Whoops, ignore that.
I will.
Well, I'm gonna wing it. She's like this tall, blonde-haired woman who, unlike Vanessa, Vanessa keeps her hair in the bun. She keeps her hair braided to one side. She has like these. She's less friendly than Vanessa is, but I think with Maizel's sort of like acute senses, you would detect that she clocks you guys as you enter, and most importantly clocks Rala in specific. And although, again, she's not the kindest of people, she accommodates for you guys, asks personally, like she has a few employees, but she personally asks you guys what you're looking for, and offers you. Again, it took Vanessa some discussing around for her to notice that you guys wanted like probably magical items and probably things that would be useful for adventuring shit. Helen just immediately offers you the magical stuff. She just goes like, well, we have these are the magical items that we possess. We are not a store that specializes directly in magical things. All of the products that we acquire are more incidental than anything, but they are here and they are quite valuable. Not to mention, they look amazing. If you're interested in anything, let me know. So those are the 3 stores that we're working with. So now that I have satisfied my need for
Speed.
my need for introducing the things that I made, what else do you guys want to know specifics about?
I have a list, so I'm just gonna let people go first before I.
No, I
roll
see
the
you
list
eyeing that silver bracelet. Can you even cast your magic with it on? Won't it interfere?
Well, I don't know what it does, so I can't tell you. What do you
Yes,
do?
so
What I do?
I had
What
actually
do
made
you
a handout for this on Roll20, but unfortunately I'm going to have to just copy and paste it on Fractarium Foundry later.
Oh, I made art for
So silver.
Halberd.
Silver and gold. Silver is a metal that repels magic by itself. It is almost indestructible by magical means because it just rejects Aether in itself. Sort of like you just cast a spell and it undoes itself upon being in contact with silver. It's very rare due to these properties because it's very highly sought after. Weapons made of pure silver ignore any increases to AC from spells or magical effects, magical resistances, and they would normally deal double their natural damage dice to any creature that has like the incorporeal traits like ghosts and stuff. Weapons that are just lined or like coated with silver, they have like a much diminished version of that. Armor made of silver also grants us where like advantage on saving throws against magic, resistance to damage from magical effects, etc., but also makes the wearer incapable of casting spells or benefiting from spells. Because the armor doesn't just reject the spells that are coming like out of it, it also prevents you from channeling spells through your body. Bindings like collars or shackles made of pure silver cause creatures to stop benefiting from magical immunities, resistances, or increases to their AC, and they also have like a harder time concentrating on spells. If the creature has been in constant contact with the silver for 1 minute, they cease to be capable of casting any spells or using magical abilities for as long as they're bound by the silver thing. So in this case of the bracelet, the bracelet is like I put there. It's not magical in itself. it's just made of silver. And that is even according to like the shop's owner. The purpose of it is merely as being like a decoration piece, like a luxury decoration piece for people who are not combatants in any way. If you were to fashion it for adventuring, it would be more in the sense of being something you bind an enemy with to prevent them from using magic, than something you would put on yourself to protect yourself from anything. Unless you were someone who really doesn't use any magic, so using the bracelet, even though the bracelet is pretty small, if you were able to put the bracelet between yourself and an offensive spell, maybe it would give you some protection. But it's kind of like an improvised use of the object.
So you are right. I can't use it. I had hoped perhaps it would stop magic from affecting me.
I could see some use for it. If there's anything super
we have to
dangerous.
We have to consider, though, the way we fight. Often we imbue each other with magic. That would be impossible once you put this bracelet on.
Who says we have to wear it ourselves?
When would you wear it outside of battle where it mattered?
Who said we'd be wearing it?
You want to put it on somebody else?
I mean, if we needed to.
Imagine a magical asshole, and then imagine Lillia, and then imagine Lillia's muscles very strongly shoving a bracelet on a magical asshole.
Yeah, that'd burn, but I mean, I could probably do it.
It'd be more efficient to just wrap them in my whip. That would have the same effect.
What? Would it? That's a DM question.
The whip is silvered, but it's not considered as like. I know it's magical. I know it's supposed to be made of like pure silver, but for these purposes, it's not necessarily pure silver. It more like counts as being silvered.
Okay, that's fair.
I was gonna say because it's silvered, and also
It's made of silver, just not pure silver.
Yes.
And also,
right.
had that been a thing this entire time, I would have been very irate because we could have been doing it.
You mentioned something about gold as well. Does gold have the opposite effect of enhancing magic?
Correct. Gold.
Yes.
Gold
From
is a universal magical catalyst. It can conduct ether with practically no loss of energy, and it can also be consumed to catalyze magical spells in lieu of specific costly components. Which, what I mean by that is, if you have a spell that consumes costly components, you can just use a pile of gold, and it's going to consume the pile of gold. You don't need to buy. You don't need to buy several diamonds to use Revivify or something.
I see what you've done.
Yeah, but magical focuses and weapons made of pure gold, they gain. The focuses gain bonus to spell and attack and damage rolls and a +1 to the caster save DC. Weapons made of pure gold can be used as arcane or druidic focuses as much as you want, and whenever a creature spends a spell slot to deal damage to an attack made with the weapon, the damage is increased by 3. If the weapon is merely lined with gold, it can be used as a focus, but it doesn't get additional benefits. And armors and shields made of gold are also practically inexistent and very difficult to craft, just armor made of pure gold. But if you come across one of them, they receive double the benefits from any magical increase to their AC.
Sheesh.
So
they also double any magical healing in the case of armors. Sorry, what?
So a shield would be +4 or something like that?
No, not the innate magical, but if you cast shield on a shield made of while wearing a armor made of pure gold, it becomes a +10.
Would that AC bonus also double then too?
You mean in the case it's a +1 armor or something?
No, because you get a bonus to your AC when you get haste cast on you. So would that same AC bonus then be doubled with the gold if you had gold armor on?
Yes.
Okay.
Out of curiosity, are you able to, I have a magical gemstone that I would love to have set into a golden bracelet. Is that something you might be able to help me with?
Well, we can certainly provide for that. Are you interested in pure gold or merely an alloy made of gold? I'm afraid it would be rather difficult to make a gold one. Not impossible, but it would be quite costly.
I would prefer the pure gold, as it would help augment the magic.
Indeed.
How much do you think that would cost?
Let me take a look at the gemstone, please.
He will produce the gem of pure blood. I think that was what it was called? Crystal gem?
The jewel of the true blood.
Jewel of true blood. There we go. That's it.
Which one did you end up choosing?
You would like to make a bracelet out of this?
Yes. Make it easy to be worn. And hopefully enhance some of its magical properties.
It can be a fixed effort, but specialized in notation. This version is an arcane focus for the spells you cast. Yeah, I'm wondering if it can be combined. Like, would the focus be just the jewel, or would the focus be the jewelry with the jewel?
I assume it would be the whole necklace proper. Or bracelet,
Yeah.
I don't know. One of those.
Well, it's just doable, but if you're really particular about it being all made of pure gold, it would probably run you about 2,000 fractals, perhaps a bit more.
All right. Well, I'll discuss with my friends and potentially come back to let you know what we decide.
Very well.
I was also interested in another item you have here.
Yes.
It is.
The blood
Spell gem.
It is. Yes.
It simply is.
It simply is the bloodstone over here.
Let me fetch the item from 5e.tools. Okay.
Hey, you can import that because it's in plutonium.
Nice.
Nice call.
While holding the
Nice
spell, you
call.
can cast this. Yeah, while holding the gem, this gem in particular, I think it has fireball in it. Yeah, it has fireball in it.
Mhm.
You can cast the spell that is contained within it as an action, or if you know the as an action if you know the spell, or if the spell is in your class's spell list. Doing so doesn't require any components and doesn't require attunement. The spell then disappears from the gem. If the spell is of a higher level than you can cast, blah blah blah. But the important part is, okay, so you can cast Fireball from it, and then Fireball ceases to be in it. After that, you can imbue the gem with a spell of your own. You can store up to 3rd level spells into the spell gem. Casting the spell must require either 1 action or 1 minute or longer, and the spell's level must be no higher than the gem's maximum. If the spell belongs to the School of Abjuration and requires material components that are consumed, you must provide them, but they can be worth half as much. So basically that's kind of like what the gem does. You can store a spell in it, and then later you or someone else who is holding the gem can just cast it. You need to attune the gem to the gem to imbue a spell into it, but the creature doesn't need to be attuned to it to just cast the spell from the gem.
Right. Does that mean it can't be, for example, 3 first level spells? It has to be 1 spell, but its max can be level 3.
Yes.
Okay.
And you're forced to use the DC and attack bonus of the Bloodstone, right? It can't use your own?
Correct. It has a set spell save DC of 15 and an attack bonus of +7.
I'll ask the group, how useful do you think this might be if Myzel or I place a spell inside it and then hand it off to one of you guys, girls, just in case?
Okay, guys. Well, I figure it would be useful as having extra magic is always a benefit. But I don't know if it's something we necessarily fully need.
I suppose the question is, would it be useful for you to be able to cast a spell, or would you rather just continue relying on us?
Mm,
It's
I'd
not that we
say
wouldn't cast a spell for you either,
I'd
but
say it's up to the two of you what you would like to focus on. If you think you'll be needing to use spells that require a bit more of your personal attention, then I'd say you should probably get the jewel, just in case.
the more I think about it, Myzel, I think the one who would get the most benefit from this would be you. Most of the spells I cast are kind of big bangs, if that makes sense. You're the one who's helping them with your spells.
That's true. I'm mostly trying to think of, each of us have our own talents, magically speaking. If it would be handy for one of us to have a spell that the other cannot normally cast, such as something that would heal or anything of that effect. Otherwise, I think doesn't really justify the cost.
It's entirely up to you, my man.
I think we should forgo it for the moment, but consider it if it's still here at another visit. We already have a number of pricey things on our wish list.
We do?
Well, you were interested in that cloak. I might
I
want or that coat. I might want a gold bracelet made, and I still want a cloak. So that
Lillia,
would
men are so
take up.
expensive, don't you agree?
They seem to have a lot of things. I found these really pretty cloak though. Look at it.
Oh,
It's
you
like a
can if
normal
you
cloak.
if you don't, you can put it in my bag. It shows up for now for a new bag folding.
Ooh. I had to borrow money for this, by the way. I have 0 money.
It's okay. We take care of you. You did a lot to get that money. A metric
S-
fuck ton.
To be
So
quite honest, you sacrificed more than any of us.
you did.
I mean, we got a
Should we
lot
get
done.
you a ring of roses? I saw one nearby in the
Ring of
other shop.
what?
A ring of roses. It spawns roses.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, that's cool.
That's pretty cool, no?
Yeah.
It's a bit of change. I could spare the money.
I could too. And quite honestly, now that I've asked about all these items, the only ones I'm really interested in would be the fur cloak. And then perhaps for personal usage, the pouch of holding. Although I don't know how much less I can put in a pouch of holding in comparison to a bag of holding.
Let me put them side by side here. Bag.
But I have a feeling I'll soon know. It's coming to me.
Oh
It's
my
arriving.
God.
It's arriving.
I believe in you. I can see it. It's in your brain.
Okay, so the bag of holding, it can hold up to 500 pounds, not exceeding a volume of 64 cubic feet. The personal pouch of holding, which is a DACA original TM, can hold up to 200 pounds, not exceeding a volume of 32 cubic feet. So it can hold a little less than half the weight and half the volume. The bag weighs, a bag of holding weighs 5 pounds, regardless of its contents, and the personal pouch of holding weighs only 1 pound. It's really just like a kind of like a fanny pack.
How much? What's the spatial limitation on the pouch of holding?
32 cubic feet. It's half of a bag of holding. The distinction also is that one of the the infamous properties of the bag of holding is its capacity to hold air for 10 minutes for breathing. The personal pouch of holding can only hold 1 minute of air.
Oh.
I'd like to point out that I'd never heard the 64 cubic feet thing for a bag of holding, and I did the math. That's 4 by 4 by 4. That's tiny. You try and put a person in the bag of holding, and they're in the fetal position.
Yeah.
Do you know why they do that? You don't put a hard limit on that shit. People are gonna put it in the ocean real quick.
Yep. Suddenly,
Just
oops, no
see
more
what
air.
Yeah.
Oops,
Why'd
all
you do that?
official.
I want to see what would happen.
Not
I've
that.
seen it happen.
Not the oops official.
Official.
Put a fucking callback.
My bad. My bad.
That was such a throwback. That was my Discord name for fucking ever. For fucking 4 years in that server was.
I was
Oops
double checking
official.
that server to see if you still had that name.
No, I think was from my VTuber arc.
Yeah, it's cringe VTuber now.
Yeah, that's right. I don't go in that Discord very often.
Oh god.
I make guest appearances.
Anyway,
Anyhow.
that's the thing. The personal pouch of holding costs a little bit less than half the bag of holding. It can hold a little bit less than half of what a bag of holding can. And it's much, a bag of holding is really like the size of like a backpack usually. The pouch of holding is just a moderate little thing.
Like a cute little bagoo.
Yeah.
Get like a
Can I
little
point out-
custom bagoo.
There's two kind of funny things. I'm looking at. I was like, the Bloodstone spell gem thing was very similar to a Ring of Spell Storing, except in spite of them both being rare items, this Ring of Spell Storing is so much better. But I was also looking at the art for the Ring of Spell Storing, and it's literally a sling ring from Doctor Strange.
Oh my
Wait,
god.
that ass?
Literally, yeah. Look at it. That's from the DMG.
Dude, yeah.
Oh, that's 100%.
Rip off.
I mean, pretty sure it came first.
I don't want to believe that.
Not for,
I mean,
It
the
comes-
DMG came
DMG
out
It came
very
before the
long time
movie, but
ago.
probably not from the comics.
True.
I mean, is it even a thing in the comics?
I'm pretty sure it is. But they updated the art for the 24 DMG. It's now just like this coil,
Oh,
this like golden coil thing.
that's less fun.
I need to find the origin of this thing now.
Anyway,
Oh, okay. I guess if we're still asking shopkeepers questions, we can make a pit stop in the Even Constellation so that we can get the Ring of Roses for Iluna, or for Lillia, I mean.
Yep.
But also, I have a question for you. So you all are familiar with Windren furs, right? They take furs from mystic animals and keep the enchantments while making it wearable. If I were to get one of their vegan furs, Do you think you might be able to replicate some of the enchantments from them, like resistance to the cold and being able to blend in a little bit better?
I mean, maybe, but why don't you just buy the normal one?
Well, I'm not a big fan of wearing things made out of animals.
Oh, yes. Some of the younger folk are into that, aren't they? Well, of course, we can. I believe if I could have a bit of a look at the original article, and then and if the synthetic one is close enough to the thing, and I've seen the products from that first shop. Most of them are a little bit above what I can pay for, what I can afford, but maybe I'm. It might take a little bit of time, but maybe I could.
What do you think you'd charge me to copy the enchantments over?
Oh, well, putting aside the cost of the materials themselves, you know, the synthetic fur with no enchantment, I think maybe, assuming the shawl itself goes for about 150 or maybe 200, 300 plus the enchantment work would run like about 1,002, 1,003. Well, it would be. I see the asking price here on my magical list of magical products. It would be about 300 gold, 400 gold, more expensive than the original. All things put together.
Very well, thank you. We'll be back.
Of course.
How much is this again?
How much is what?
The coat.
It's at 1,500 normally.
Yeah, I was looking at the Yeti fur cloak.
So the synthetic version would be close to 2,000, but not 2,000.
You men are so expensive. These are all the gold.
Yeah, you would, being a traveled person and others being from around here, etc. Like Graethelm is not a magical city. Like, you had to shop around to find like a few stores that sell magical items, and most people in the city don't use implements of magic, except for other crystals that they sometimes use to fuel the machines in their homes. So all of these items are very luxury commodities here. And you know that may be influencing their prices in some capacities. Some of them may be like normal price, some of them may be a little bit cheaper even, just because people can't pay that much. But a few of them might be overpriced due to just the fact that they're so rare in here.
And one of you guys haggle? Are you good at that? One of you?
I could certainly try.
I've read about that in books.
Especially if we buy a couple things at once, they're more likely to work with us on the price.
Let's write down what we all want and we can go from there. How about that?
For example, if we buy that very expensive Bariath fur cloak, I could see if they'll I'll see if they'll throw in the synthetic Yeti fur on the house. At the
On
very
the
least,
house?
they might give us a discount.
On the house.
You know, as
It's-
in we're giving them quite a lot of money for the coat, and they might thank us by giving a extra little bit.
Did I hear correctly that the thing you wanted is roughly 2,000 gold?
Well, that's including the cost of the synthetic Yeti fur, which he said was probably 200 to 300 fractals.
I somehow don't believe that you'll get that on the house.
It's worth asking. Like I said, you always ask, and then if they say no, then they say
What-
no.
What if they laugh at us?
Then they laugh at us, and we still have money. They'll still take our money.
All right, but you ask.
I will, don't worry.
I would also like to kindly request that if Rala would like anything, perhaps the party could consider giving her some spending money.
I was trying to figure out about that because, like, yes, we should save some spending money, especially considering like Idol's character, out of character stuff. But then I was trying to figure out like a reason with that because, like, the party ourselves would not realize that she's going to be along for the adventure yet.
Yeah, I know. Like, but that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, I know it's a stretch in game, but just like in case Idol wants something out of the list, like. We'll figure it out, you know. It's fine.
I wanted to talk to Rala about some of this.
Yeah, I was just kind of letting the shopping be done before I.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to Rala, but like this shopping is just going.
Rala fascinates me.
I just want a bag holding, and I'm just waiting for these to be over.
I would just
Number
like
one
a
bag
list.
of holding fan.
I'd just like a list of we want so I can do the math.
Yep.
I otherwise don't care.
Yeah. I think you were explaining at the end of session last time what the Radiance materia did, but I was very eepy at that point and did not catch all of it.
Yeah, it's fine. Let me get my list of materia. Where did I put it? Here. The amount of tabs open on my browser. I know people who would kill me. They would kill me on the spot if they saw it.
I think I can hear your
It
ram crying.
cannot be any more than Charm. There's no way.
How many does Charm have?
Like 30, like 3 windows with like 30 or 40 tabs each.
Okay, if there are 3 different windows, then I can't beat them. But I'm pretty sure I got more than 30 open right now.
At least like have them in folders.
Okay, the light materia. It holds 15 charges. Like in the way that materia often works, it holds a certain amount of charges, and you can feed spell slots into it to regain charges. But it's less if you feed a first level spell slot into the materia, you don't get enough charges to cast a first level spell from it. That's the gist of it. It's not 100% efficient. But the properties, you can cause the materia to shed bright light within 10 feet of itself and dim light for 10 feet further, just because it's light magic. You can expend charges from the item to cast Word of Radiance, Guiding Bolt, or Shining Smite.
Shining Smite.
Might.
Yeah, you can use your own bonuses for them if you have like spellcasting feature. Otherwise, it's a +7 to hit and save DC 15 for the spells. If you slot it into a melee or ranged weapon, you can expend a charge to have the attack deal an extra 1d6 radiant damage. And the spells cast with the material's other feature can use the weapons to hit modifier. And if you cast like Guiding Bolt with it, you can use like Strength or Dexterity based on like the kind of weapon you put it on. If you attune into an armor slot, you can expend charges to have any radiant damage you take. The materia is one thing that is very rare for this side of things.
If it doesn't hurt vampires, we don't care.
Says the vampire.
Yeah.
I'm good. I got like 3 materia on me.
It's so true.
I currently don't have any.
Do you want one? I can give
That's
you
what
one.
I'm thinking. I'm looking.
I think my Zell still has the water one because my Zell and would be happy to offer that up potentially. I have to remember what it
Because I currently, I now use fists, and I don't think I'm allowed to attune materia to my hands.
I mean,
Just,
if it's a
just clench it in
gauntlet,
your fist.
like if you
Just-
have a wear a
Laura, do
gauntlet,
you know who my favorite Final Fantasy character is?
No, I don't.
It's Tifa.
Oh, okay.
Do you
Fine,
know what
allowed.
Tifa does?
Punch.
Yes, she punches people, and she has gloves that has
Oh, they
materia
could be like on the knuckles.
slots on them. Yeah, it can be on the knuckles. It can be on the wrist. The thing is, I would be such a hypocrite if I didn't find a way for you to make it work with gloves.
Fair enough. Or with the greaves, even though they're technically not like, because I have bracers.
Yeah, you have the bracers. Yeah, you have the bracers.
Yeah, but if I was wanting to use them more attack oriented, or maybe I
Yeah.
let me look.
You can put like rings. You can fashion like some leather gloves. We can find a way to make them work for unarmed strikes.
I. Then I would
Not for nothing. Is
possibly
there a
be-
reason you chose the water one to be like half as much as all the other ones?
Sorry, what?
The water material has like 6 charges. Everything else from that point on has like 15.
the
Oh,
water
it's because
material is
it's-
only rare.
It's a water material 1. This is I put, what did I call it in the
Oh,
thing?
it's radiant too.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a radiant materia 2. So there's material like 1, 2, and 3. It's tiers.
oh. So you didn't specify on the other ones. They just have the charges. It just says
Yeah, it's
has
because
the same rarity.
originally I was naming them sort of like ember materia, flame materia, like blaze materia. But then I started to think it was a little bit confusing, and I wouldn't be able to keep track of which was which, and so I just started to number them.
Damn it, we
That-
let
that was-
Orin retire with the legendary moon materia, or lunar materia.
Listen, it was deserved. He deserves that.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes with his axe. If
Yeah.
that's
It feels
fair.
weird to take it from him.
Yeah, the lunar material was special in that it was actually like efficient. If you fed a spell slot, you got more magic out of it than you gave it.
Mm-hmm.
The other
You know,
materials
weird
don't
would
work
be,
like
like,
that.
A little left, I gave you my tattoo. What the fuck?
That'd be so funny.
Here, my womb.
Even my womb.
Okay, back to the material discussion.
Never let you live that down.
Sorry.
Goddamn
Yeah,
hag.
materia. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, material.
Materia. So how
Okay,
about
so-
then materia?
Materia
Stuff-
girl.
The stuff
I'm a
myself
material
wants
girl.
would go up to 2,100 fractals. So putting all together, what everyone has said so far, would come up to 5,420 fractals so far. If Lillia wanted to add the light materia onto that, it would come up to 6,920 fractals, which is within your budget.
And we can still buy a building and still
Yes.
have some left over for Rala.
Yes. This is what I mean. Like, the amount of money you found with Selena stuff is insane.
We still have to go through and like divvy out the items that we got from her too.
Do we really have
I
to
mean-
buy a house, or are we renting a house?
You could buy a house. That's what all that matters. You could.
Well, so here's the thing. Do we want to decorate, hang things on the walls and things like that? Because most lease agreements say you can't put nails in the walls to hang stuff up.
I mean,
And I
think we
don't
could-
think in this fantasy world we've invented 3M adhesive.
I'm just curious. How long are we staying here? I don't have things to hang up. I don't really stay in places.
Same. I don't
I have
I
a
don't
summer
really
home.
have much with me. I just got like what's in my bag.
Well, technically, I have 3
What's
summer
in the
homes.
box?
And I agree. I don't think we'll be here for more than a month. So a month's lease would probably be good anyway.
Actually, no. The way the dog has it, a month sleep was actually we should just buy it. If that's
No, a month lease
But-
was like 100, but buying was
was it
1,000.
I'm kind of considering making it 100 per week.
What? Okay, then we might as well buy it for 1,000. What the hell?
Yes, exactly. No, it's kind of like I'm trying to
We're
find
being
this.
bullied into buying.
I'm just trying to find a middle ground where it's kind of where it's actually like a choice that you have to think about, and
At that
not
point, we
like
might as well rent
choice
to
at all.
own. God damn.
A week? Buy that bitch. It's there's no reason to think about it. A month, I would be like maybe, but like
we
Yeah,
can make
if
it
it was
like
a-
50 gold a week. We can make it
No.
50 gold a week.
oh, let's buy it.
hmm
I can do math.
If it was 100 a month, it would be worth considering just. And you know what? It also will appreciate in value, so we can probably sell it for more than we buy it.
Why would it appreciate?
All land appreciates in value. As people buy more houses here, there will be less houses available. So the ones that exist will go up.
Unless something terrible happened.
That's true. If the town
We
does
are-
get blown up, then we might be out of luck.
Don't
Alright.
say that.
Mazel,
Is there insurance?
you're pretty
What?
sure you feel a tingling feeling from your gauntlet.
What?
It's telling you to buy.
You did
Fuck,
just say
it's warning you that the
If you-
city's gonna
if you-
blow up.
If you remember this moment in like 2 years, please ask me about it.
Write it down. Write it down.
Yeah, like make
Okay.
a memo, like ask Daka about this in like 3 years.
It's gonna be so funny.
We're buying all this.
I mean,
Uh,
I didn't fully follow the math that.
It's 6,920.
Yeah, so like 5,400 is what you guys had typed up so far. I just added everything together, and then that's the 6,000, almost 7, is with the light materia that Lillia was a little interested in.
I think you did the math wrong.
Siri, remind me in 2 years to ask Daka about a house blowing up.
It's 400 for the.
A house blowing up in stocks. A house appreciating. Let me.
It's
300.
5380, 5780. That's the total. And then I don't know what the 6920 would be.
Plus 400, plus 300.
Weren't you gonna try and haggle too?
Yeah.
Yes.
Plus
Yeah,
haggling.
you can definitely try. Plus. That's 7,280. True.
Please, Zach, I'm tired of shopping. I hate shopping so much.
What's
Shopping
sorry?
is a necessary evil sometimes. Also, Noah, if you're interested in any spells, you can look for them. Like I didn't put spell scrolls specifically in the
Mhm.
list, but if there's anything you're looking for, you can just ask, and I'll see if what are the odds it's gonna be available in some way, and set a price on it.
I'm honestly satisfied with what I have.
Okay.
What is the final portion that you're adding on to there? I'm just lost.
But
I don't
we
know.
bought a house.
If we bought the house, gotcha.
No, no. That is not included in the house.
Oh,
That
no,
is including
that's right. That's Aluna's thing.
Lillia's materia.
Oh, right.
This man cannot see.
Yeah.
Cannot separate women.
Lillia's
That list
materia.
includes the fur coat, one personal pouch of holding, a ring of roses, one bag of holding, a vegan yeti fur cloak, and the enchantments for it, another pouch of holding, and then the radiant materia too.
Okay, that makes sense.
And that's pre any haggling you guys would like to
Yep.
throw on. Just off like vendor vibes, I think maybe you guys can have a. Well, I'm just gonna let you guys decide. I gave you guys descriptions for what the personalities of the shop owners are like.
Mm-hmm. Can I roll an insight check to kind of see who might be the most willing to work with us on the price?
Yep.
I almost rolled that on roll 20 because I was looking at roll 20. Yeet.
Damn, son. I saw like I didn't see the 7 on the die, so I was like, oh damn, he rolled a 1. And then I saw at 30, I was like, surely his bonus is not plus 29.
You never know.
Yeah,
Never
but
know.
I wouldn't doubt it. Okay, based off this, Helga, Miss von Lumhart, the owner of the jewelry store, she seems like a bit of a hard ass. She's like kind of like snobby. Although she did give you guys somewhat special treatment, but still feels like she would have been hard to budge. Philia seems the most likely to maybe give you guys like some bulk discounts, etc. Just because he's so eager to be like, oh, you youngsters are sure the future of the world. Vanessa, she's very receptive, but you can see like in her eyes that she's a very seasoned businesswoman. And although she would, that does mean that she might make some deals. It wouldn't be that easy to get like something really significant out of her. Although when she introduced the Barrios coat to you guys, she seemed very proud of it. Very like, this is the grandest thing in our store, and I would love to see it being worn by someone like worthy.
Yeah.
That's the impressions you got out of the 3 of them.
Cool.
Can I try to get advantage by having a conversation with Wolfblade, my sentient armor?
Where?
Just like nearby to make it seem like I am someone of renown and worthy.
No, but like to which of the 3, Vanessa?
Who are we tackling with?
I was going to start with Vanessa.
Then, yeah, I'm just gonna try to have a conversation casually with Wolfblade. It's just gonna be off to the side. It's gonna be something like, but do you think I look good in that? Objectively speaking,
It's like weird to be talking to your armor.
it is not.
Yeah, I assume you've told him that he is supposed to be speaking out loud.
Yes.
Yeah. So he would reply like out loud for everyone to hear. Suspiciously close to Vanessa. To wear the fur of a Barioth is a feat even the mightiest warriors of my tribe could not hope to achieve. So it would be an honor in and of itself. However, since you asked for objective opinions, I do think it would complement my
vibes.
Yeah, it would complement the armor that I am currently residing in quite nicely.
You're someone a handsome-looking armor.
Yes, as my friend said, the Barioth armor we can tell is very, very well crafted, and you all should be proud to have created something so majestic. We would like to purchase it, and I was wondering if, since we're going to be spending so much money with you on the Barioth fur, if you might throw in one of the vegan Yeti fur cloaks.
Oh.
Additionally, where would you find the Barioth? I'm now very curious in seeing if I can hunt one.
Maybe we'll kill one ourselves.
Well, first of all, who was that? What was that voice just now?
Oh, that's an ancient spirit from the Wolfwood. He's been guiding us on our journey.
I am the Wolfblade.
Just a spirit.
A spirit from the Wolfwood. Wolfblade, you said?
Yes.
He was a renowned warrior that fought against the serpent Grimvar himself.
Among other dragons.
That. Roll a persuasion check with advantage.
Ayo.
You're nicer than me. I would have fully been like, we sound crazy right now. We sound absolutely insane to this poor woman.
That's so true.
Yeah,
It is
that's
kinda
kind of what
crazy.
she's definitely giving you guys the eye of like assessing if this is true or not.
I'm trying to
Like,
see.
everything's factually true, but we sound crazy.
Yeah, it's like no, yeah, I have like the spirit of a long dead warrior that fought against like fucking Dragon Hitler 400 years ago, just casually, like and he talks.
And if that's considered a failure on the check, I can spend 2 sorcery points to re-roll it.
I mean, I
hate
don't think
this
there's such a
mechanic
thing
because
as a failure as there is a threshold.
I know, but
yeah,
at the
I
same
hate
time,
this kind
like,
of mechanic, but you can do it if you want to.
I've not been able to like use this mechanic all.
I know, yeah.
Just because nothing's like everything's just like shades of gray and not success or failure for the most part.
Yeah, I gotta find a way to rework that thing so it works a little smoother.
Hey.
That and Cyboser neck. Okay, 25. She looks at you and goes like, "What? That is quite the tale. But I can see that you are very uniquely skilled individuals." Sort of hesitates for a moment. Have you perchance met my daughter yet?
Her daughter's Lucina, right?
Yes.
Why, yes. I did a job for her just recently. She's quite the commander of the guard.
I'm quite looking forward to meeting her.
Well, if you have such achievements, I'm sure she would appreciate hearing them. But, well, back to the matter at hand, yes? Well, the synthetic furs you're asking for are quite a fine work. But what was that?
Think
Sorry, I
someone
hit my
was-
knee.
Oh, I thought you were straining your back.
Nope, that was.
Off here.
It's fine.
Anyway, she goes, "It is quite a fine piece. But, as I mentioned, the barrier fur is an item we have had for decades, before I was even the one in charge of the store. It is also our most expensive item, and frankly, its asking price is enough to purchase almost any property in this city. So I don't think it's unreasonable to hand the synthetic fur for you to you as a bonus."
You would be doing us a great favor, and anyone who asks about the Barioth fur will tell them where we got it.
Thank you very much. And frankly, as much as I love to look at it, for it is a very fine fur, I do find it exciting to think about this magnificent item journeying around and seeing some action.
If the path ahead of us is anything like the one we've led thus far, it will certainly see action.
As
Oh.
a added sort of, let's not say promise, but at the very least, a definite goal, personally. Perhaps I might be able to find another Barioth for you, and you could make another.
Ah, yes, you did ask where these beasts make their home.
Indeed,
Well,
yes.
they tend to roam many of the places around Grimvar that are not in the mountains region. Let's just get here real quick. So what she's saying is that Barrios tend to be around rocky areas or areas with some caverns, or just like not completely out in the open, you know. But which are also around these regions like the western and into eastern tundras, Grimvar's Desolation. They don't, according to her, make their nest too much in Rin's Mountains, because those places are well, they do make their nest there, but they're not the apex predators there because there are still dragons there. Not like major dragons, like lesser dragons, but still like there is some competition. So there are barriers in the mountains, but they kind of like dispute territory. But in the places of the tundras where they can be found, which are usually the rockier ones, etc., they just completely dominate it. There are other large animals around, but barriers are strong, fast, and very deadly. So
Sexy.
yes, they're sexy.
I'm like low-key actually kind of invested in finding one of these now.
Can we just have a monster hunter arc where we just go and find and fight things?
Please do.
I think we should.
I mean,
And
we
you know the best thing? Do you know what the best part is? I'm gonna make all of them beasts so druids can white shape into them.
Stop. I just finished playing a druid. Stop it.
I mean,
we do have to go west for a lot of things.
Go.
There's plenty of wiggle room to find things.
wiggle room.
But yeah, what does that bring the cost down to?
Let me see. That would shave off a good like 300. So that would bring the cost down to 6,980.
690.
Was that the Yeti fur?
Yes, it was the
Yeah.
cost, the raw material cost for the Yeti fur. There is still the matter of the enchantment.
Yeah, and I to that end, before we left the furs, Myzel would ask, and I was able to get the oh shoot, what was their name? I was able to get Philia to agree to enchant the vegan
Phileas?
Yeti fur. Phileas,
He's a
my
guy.
bad.
Yeah.
Phileas. I was able to get him to agree to enchant it, but he said it would help if he was able to inspect an original as just a model for the enchantments. Would you be able to lend me one? I can give you something as collateral to ensure that I bring it back.
Well, if Phileas is welcome to stop by and inspect the piece himself if he wishes to. If you would like to take it to him, I will ask that you leave with me the equivalent asking price for the piece. I will return it to you, obviously, once the piece is returned to me and I have assessed that it is not damaged in any way, but...
Understood. I can do that. And he'll bring out 1,500 fractals to rent, I suppose.
Yeah, essentially rent.
For assessment
Very well.
and take
The
it
first
over.
shawl is it's a very fine piece, although maybe it might not be to your taste. And also having actually fought a Yeti like last week, a little dreadful to take a look at it and see like resemblances in the fur and the things you have seen, but still.
Exactly. Like, one of these tried to kill me. I don't really want to wear its hide.
Oh,
Hmm.
see, I like wearing the hide of things that tried to kill me that I on the
Yes, I believe that is the young lady's sentiment is the most common actually.
Yeah, that's actually an odd thing, Mazel.
Maybe so, but I
mean-
don't like killing things, and looking at it just reminds me of that.
Okay, let's not bully the poor boy for being peaceful.
I wasn't meaning to bully. I was just
Not you, Lillia. We know who I was talking to.
I still think it's odd.
You know who you are.
Well, Lillia, if you would like to keep it, then she could keep the gold, but that's up to you.
I mean, I don't really get that cold, and I got this new one here anyway. Just a regular fur cloak.
Fair
This
enough.
looks so
Full
nice and
regular
new.
Well then, on to the even constellation.
Oh, and Miss Selena, is there any sort of drink or thing that your daughter sort of prefers with company?
You mean Vanessa?
Yeah, Vanessa.
I forgot the name.
Just call her like an ancient vampire.
Yep.
You asked if there is any kind of like ring or necklace that Lucina likes.
No. Oh, drink.
Oh, I heard ring.
No, that's proposing to her daughter.
Propose on the first meeting? Wow.
Yeah, I was like, damn.
I've met your mother. Hello.
A drink. She
Drink or beverage?
she kind of pauses for a second and says like, well, she used to be rather into fuck, what kind of fruits do they have in like cold regions?
The answer is like a type of berry.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
berries are probably. I think apples are fairly cold weather hardy, or pears.
Yeah.
There's also types of grapes that are made in like ice wine areas because colder temperatures cause the sugar in the grape to crystallize, creating a sweeter wine. So something like
Let's see.
ice wine
Cornelian
would be
cherries,
a sweet,
lingon
cold one.
berries,
I was gonna say
peach
lingon
plums.
berries. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
lingon
lingon
berries
wine
too.
is actually quite is
Brew.
actually a thing.
Okay.
Yeah, lingon wine's very good actually. I've had that.
Oh, she's gonna pause for a second. Go like, she used to like apple juice. I'm not sure about now. If that helps. Otherwise, I'm not very sure.
That's something to go on. Thank you for your time.
Oh. She kind of like clears her throat and just like this odd shift in tone. We thank you very much for your patronage. Please come by again.
You can be shy. Well, hopefully next time with the bears. Fair. Curtsies. Things I'm committed to doing. Finding Wolfblade. Fighting a bear.
Okay, so are you haggling with Phileas Invenstar
We're
as well?
gonna go haggle with Phileas now.
Okay, what are you buying from here again? Oh, the bags of holding and the pouches,
Yep.
right?
Yep, the bag of holding, 2 pouches, the enchantment, and a ring of roses.
Yeah.
So, Mizell will go greet Phileas and say, "We're back."
Oh,
I told you we
welcome back,
would
my boy.
be.
Sorry,
So
what?
we've decided we would like to get 2 bags or 2 pouches of holding, a bag of holding, the ring of roses, and the enchantments. And I was wondering, since we're kind of here for a lot, would you be willing to just throw in the ring of roses in one of the pouches of holding?
Oh, Let me see though. So the pouch here and the plus pouch, the bag, plus the ring, and then the enchantment. Yes. So
I did bring the Yeti fur cloak, the original and the synthetic one I'd like you to enchant, so you can
Oh.
inspect them both. I'll
This
just
would
need
be
to return the Yeti fur once you're finished.
oh yes, this would be quite useful. Roll a persuasion check.
Can I get advantage if I suggest, and if you take some notes on the makes of the Yeti fur cloak, you might even be able to start producing more of that enchantment for others to buy.
He takes a little bit of offense at that. Because you're essentially suggesting he take the opportunity to commit some like industrial espionage.
No, it's not.
It is a little bit.
Is it
No,
though?
it's business practice. He can take notes on that enchantment and on how to make it. For more individuals like me, you know, the younger kids who don't like wearing the furs.
Oh, that is fair. You don't get advantage from
Okay.
that, but it's fine.
I don't have anything.
Oh, wait, that's perception, not whatever. It's that minus 4 is my persuasion. My persuasion's +9, so it would be 26.
26, okay. Well, by my estimations, your combined purchase would sum up to about 2,580 fractals. You're asking me to shave it off to something like 230.
Just an even 2,200 if that would work for you.
Oh, very well. It would be a novel experience too. And the Ring of Roses is quite a popular accessory amongst the upper crust of Graethelm. See, plenty of the young ones like to impress their beloveds, their betrothed, with the display of the roses and everything. So I'm excited to see you try it on your what they call it nowadays? Your companions, your partners.
Yeah, so
So
something like that.
yes, 2,200 will do.
Thank you very much. When should I come back to pick up the cloaks?
The shawl. I can't give you any guarantees, but give me about 2 or 3 days and come back here and see how my progress is.
Fantastic. Thank you.
You're welcome. Please do come by again. If you ever need any other kinds of magical supplies, I'm your man.
We definitely shall.
Okay. So next up would be the materia. Are you gonna try and negotiate that one as well?
Getting the materia, right? I think we were just getting the materia from her.
I think so.
I think that was the only one. Yeah, unless anyone else would like to make a case for the spell jam or for the bracelet.
No.
Nope.
To be honest, she struck me as a little bit of a stiff-backed individual, and since we're only getting the one thing from her, I don't think we'll get any progress haggling, even with my skills of persuasion. So we should probably just buy that one at face value. And perhaps we can earn a rapport with her for the future.
That's true. Maybe we'll sell some items to her that we don't keep for ourselves.
Trust your expert judgment.
She does cater to the upper class, so there's a reasonable chance that we might be able to sell stuff to her.
Are we upper class now?
We certainly are spending money like it.
I don't like
If
it.
we have it, we should use it.
Fair enough.
We're just buying it.
Okay, so you're gonna buy the materia at face value. You're not gonna try to haggle with Miss von Lumhart.
Correct.
Okay. When you get back to the store, and manifest your desire in the materia. She just kind of like gives you a quick nod. Asks one of her workers to fetch it, put it in a very nice like velvet box.
Actually, could we get that one at a discount?
Looks at you.
This is Miss Lumhart I'm talking to, correct?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, these are the people that in our
That's strong gnar.
I know. You needn't speak.
No, I
Hold
didn't
on.
though. I said I didn't say anything though.
Shh.
I didn't
is not
say
enough.
anything.
That is quite enough.
I think Aluna sort of gently ruffles Rella's hair at this point. It's just like, maybe don't raise your voice there, sweetie.
Can I roll an insight check to try and glean like what's going on here? Does like Rala know something about this lady, or says she told something to her about us?
Bro,
I know it's free to
Don't you
correct
know
me on
who-
this, but I
don't you know who
fully
we are?
picture Rala doing like the eyebrows, you know.
Oh yeah, no, like yeah, these are the guys. Wink, wink.
Yeah.
She's not very subtle
Oh, okay.
about this sort of thing.
But you can roll insight from Miss von Blumhardt's part.
True, like her reaction to it or something. Sheesh.
Those dice
Those
are
dice-
wild.
They lagged so much here. You did not even
They
know.
run fine on my computer.
Anyway, she. It seems like she, the person brought it to her, and she kind of like paused and looked at you guys, and she was kind of like looking in Rala's direction, and then Rala started talking, and there is like a glint of panic in her eye, and she, as she's kind of like, yep, I know, shut.
What has she done?
But she does. But she just kind of give Rella a nod, like a very curt nod that you interpret to mean like, yes, I know, I got it. Well, I have heard of your reputation and of the good work you have done and are yet to do for many kinds of people. And as such, I would be willing to sell this very valuable item to you for 1,000 fractals.
All of my bargaining, and then she's just like, Rala's just like, oh yeah, you know these people, and then we get 500 off. What?
hey, it's effective.
It's true. We won't
If it
argue with it.
works,
I just
just-
don't.
Marcel, it's okay
Bug
to be
face.
upset.
it's okay to be upset. That is crazy.
Myzel's just like got the highest raised eyebrow here. Like I'm gonna
I
be
feel
asking
like
about this
an
later.
eye is twitching at this point.
She immediately just turns to you like, do not question it further. Also, this is the lowest I can go, otherwise I would be at a loss here. And unfortunately, my line of business deals with very steep values, and I cannot incur any risks in good conscience.
No, we weren't expecting to have a discount of any kind. So we're most appreciative. And Myzel
So-
just kind of hand over the 1,000 fractals and like scurry them out of the shop.
Yeah, it's like a mountain of money. She kind of just gets her own bag of holding and swallows it all up like. Whoop.
I think Luna would stay behind. Give an extra 100.
She
Thank you for that. I know this isn't going to make up for it, but we'll be doing our best. And she just winks, and she won't say anymore.
she raises an eyebrow, turns to you like. Usually, when I give people discounts, I do not expect them to pay more.
What can I say? I'm altruistic.
Oh, very well. I'll just consider it shop credit. She takes the 100, but you do feel like she was a little bit like, don't have to. Like I'm not wanting for money.
Yeah. I think I don't know if she'd make an insight check for it, but if she does, Linda's sort of giving the vibe of, I'm doing this because I think you deserve it.
Okay.
For that.
Well, but with the business at the Grand Bejeweled settled, I do believe you guys should be all done with your
Shopping episode.
Yes, your shopping episode. I will be, as long as I remember, transferring all of the items over into item cards on Foundry. I didn't do it for the whole list because, as we have just seen, you guys didn't buy like half of the list, and I would just have wasted a lot of work.
I imported the bag myself, so don't worry about it.
Should I remove all that coin from my stash of money?
Sorry, what?
This is a question for the party. The 6180. I can remove it all from my stash that I have of coin.
Double checking. I think it was 3,000 for Noah's stuff, and then 1,800 for my Zell's, and then 1,000 for that. That's, if I'm mathing right, Daka, that's 5,180 or 5,800. Sorry, because the 80 came from the Ring of Roses, which was thrown in free.
Yes,
Yeah.
the 80 is down.
So my math was Noah's stuff was originally 3,280. The Ring of Roses was 80. The Pouch of Holding was 200. So I was just counting my Zell's as 3,000. Or sorry, Noah's is 3,000. Iluna was chipping in for the rest of the Bag of Holding. So
that was just
400.
That was
from the
400.
party.
Yeah.
Plus my Zell. Oh no, wait. My Zell's was 2,100 total.
Yeah.
So 3,000 plus 400 plus 2,100 plus 1,000 for that, for the materia, right? God, math is annoying. Hang on.
It is.
3,000. So 3,000.
That's why I majored in psychology.
Whoever invented math.
So
graphic,
okay,
please.
yeah, it's 6,100. Right, yeah, 6,100. So it was just the 80 that we missed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot to shave off the Ring of Roses. But yes, your total comes down to 6,100 fractals.
My Zell would put in 200 for his Pouch of Holding, and then the rest can be the party.
200 you're throwing in?
Yes.
Okay, so 5,900. All right,
Yes.
I'll remove that from my.
And then we're gonna go buy a house.
Before that, does Rala want anything?
We're all gonna shop after she's joined the party. Just kidding, just kidding.
I mean, can we get food at some point?
I would.
Someone talked about pie earlier.
I think this would be after you guys had the pie.
Well, can always have more pie.
Well,
Y'all
we
should
can
got
have
a
as
really good
much
point.
pie as we
could have
want.
More pie.
All right.
I guess we could get another pie. How about you two work out things with House and us girls will go get some pie.
Oh, well, how long until we need to go meet with the commander?
How's
That's
God?
a question for Rala.
I don't think. Yeah, 8.
Yep.
What time is it
It
now? Is it
should
3
be.
p.m.?
It should be like a bit over an hour by this point. Like, you got a couple hours left. It's
Okay.
already like the sun has already set. It's already like early evening essentially. The streets of Graethelm. I think I have a.
Can't you mean these streets?
Here. Let me just.
You are not.
It's a small image, but it does the job.
Oh, pretty.
Aw.
Yeah.
That's
As the
actually
sun's-
really nice.
It is. I had to shop around so much to find images that fit the exact kind of vibe I was looking for. But as the sun sets, like the Graethelm has these lamps on the streets. They begin to get light up. The people are slowly going home to their homes. The guards are out patrolling the streets. People are beginning to move towards taverns and inns and everywhere else that you would go for a night of merriment. It is rather bright out since Shandora is the moon after all, and
Wow.
it has a very intense, pristine glow to things.
Remind me what Shandora does with my thing.
No, I do a lot of things.
Minor Selenomancy. For Shandora, I can add 1d4 to intelligence, wisdom, or charisma ability checks.
Yeah. Shandora is related to divination, tracking, and intellectual pursuit.
Is that just like raw checks, or is that it includes saving throws and skills?
No, it's just it's skills. Yeah, it's skills and ability checks, unskilled checks, which are also ability checks, but it does not include saving throws.
Okay.
I believe saving throws are covered by Menthina.
Mm-hmm.
So would be enough time to figure out house and pie.
It might take some time to find a house we like. Should we
Go get
find
pie
an
then.
inn for tonight and then go looking tomorrow? Or do we think we want to bother a real estate agent tonight and try and find something immediately?
A real estate agent. I hate buying houses in literally any sort of. I hate this. I hate this so much with a passion. Wasting my energy. Fucking, I don't care.
I'm happy to handle
Just
negotiations. I'm
disassociated in
just
the
saying
corner,
that
just-
usually if we want to look around at a couple places, it takes some time.
I mean, I don't really even need a bedroom. Y'all could just have a couch for me to sleep on. I'd be fine with that.
Well, handle it with an inn tonight. We don't have enough time to find a house. Rella, are there any nice inns next to the pie place?
Well,
Just manifest one.
I imagine there must be.
The pie place is an inn. There we go.
Gigi kind of like chimes into you like, well, technically we're going to an inn
yeah,
tonight.
that's what I was like. Well, we're supposed to go to one, but I don't know if you get there early. I don't know if we'll get in trouble for that or.
We
Is
can
the
just
pie
plan to
place
get one there
near-
after.
Nah, I think
Yeah.
it'll be fine if it's just one night.
Okay. And then
Oh.
go ahead.
We'll find out.
Besides, if we're already there for dinner and the night, it'll seem more natural if we happen to run into the Lady Commander.
Yeah, all right. That tricks. And
So let's go ahead there now, and we can get some dinner
I don't know.
and a room.
Oh,
or
no
two.
pie?
I'm sure they'll have some pie. They might even have chicken pot pie for dinner. Why don't we ask when we get there?
Well,
Okay.
I will lead them to the otters.
Okay.
Actually, never mind. It's not the otters today.
Say otters?
Yes. So, she'll lead you through the town, acting pretty like prideful about it because, you know, she's got you that sweet discount. Now she's, she's back on the mission as it is. And when you reach your destination, she's gonna, this is the place. Sometimes there's orders. Not today. I don't know where they are. But, here. It's kind of showing it off.
Brother dear, how old are you?
13?
You say 13?
Yes. I just turned 13, like, 3 months ago?
Wow.
How tall is Rala?
Tiny.
4.5 feet.
Like 2 feet shorter than both of us, really.
She is very short.
I am
for
not
her
the
age.
shortest one in the party anymore.
Congrats, there's a child spawn.
Congratulations, you defeated a child at
Yeah,
height.
good job, I guess.
Yeah,
They were there.
but did you really beat her? Because,
Yeah.
No, because she's gonna grow up and be taller than him, surely.
kind of better
Unless
at
she's
higgling.
malnutrition.
My
Yeah.
goodness.
Well, you've certainly done a good job. You have a lot to be proud about.
Do I know anything about her family?
You're asking me, your idol.
I'm asking both of you. I'm not sure how much time. I mean, I know English. I know I spent a good amount of time here, but I don't know how much she might have shared with me. If I might have heard something about her.
Yeah, I think that's more about what idol thinks Rella might have shared with you. I'm not sure you would have heard much. Like nobody really cares about like a child running around.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's true.
It's not like a rumor, like like oh, there's a kid in the city. Like that's not a rumor.
No, she probably would have talked about the orphanage at a few points. Just, she's often mentions a Miss Tully from the orphanage. Mostly,
Tone?
Miss Tully?
Yeah, like what's the tone on that? Neutral, good, bad?
Well, she's nice, but she gets mad real easy. I mean, I don't mean to do that stuff, but it just happens. So,
What's
What's
that stuff?
well, yesterday I broke the heater, so I don't want to go back. And before that, I broke the stove, and the staircase.
If you're going to take things apart, you should at least make sure you can get them back together.
I tried. you know, some screws went missing.
Did
It
Gigi eat them?
happens.
Well, okay, somebody asked before I could ask if Gigi hates screws.
No, he doesn't really eat much. At least I don't think he does. Just turns to ask her.
It's about hating screws,
Eating.
eating screws.
She gives him a shake too. Like, is there any rattling going on? I don't think so.
Just screw falls out.
Oh my! Could you imagine?
A little screw falls out, and Jig is like, I don't know anything about that.
Oh,
I've never seen this man in my life.
she's just gonna
Literally.
kick it away.
But
No one saw
you
it.
know, you probably could have fixed the heater with that.
With what?
Is this canon now? Goodbye.
Well, if you don't want to go back tonight, you could stay the night with us.
Okay.
All right.
I just turn a little bit to Iluna. Are we taking a kid in? Are we adopting?
Well, I'm no stranger of taking care of kids. She's kind of looking at you.
I turn my head to look at myself. Yeah, I agree.
Don't look at me. I'm the gay uncle.
Oh, Jesus, the gunkle.
What does that
Not
make me?
Gungle.
Not the gunkle.
Am I the mother here? Too young to be a mother.
I think I'm way too young to be a mother.
Yeah, you definitely are, which makes me the mother by de facto.
I could
No,
be
I'm
the
just-
father. I'm old enough.
No, that's gross.
You could be the
Gross.
great grandfather.
You missed a couple grades.
That's a lot of grades. How old's he?
A lot.
That's probably
Enough.
the best way to
I'm
describe it.
old enough. Goodbye. No, don't say it like that. Jeez. That's fucking awful.
Sassy notions.
I don't like that.
The evening bell tolls.
Not this.
He's in his twilight years. Grandpa over here. Look, we don't. If there's no Orin to make old jokes out, we gotta find a new target for him somewhere.
But don't say old enough. That sounds so bad.
Old man.
So unfortunately true, because physically you're young, but mentally you're old.
Old and experienced. I know what I'm doing.
Right.
He doesn't. Don't listen to him.
Oh, that reminds me. I do have to have a discussion with you, but not now.
Are you in trouble?
No, she's dating someone now, and someone has to give her advice, and her mother's definitely not going to. So,
Oh yeah, I didn't really tell her about that before I left.
yep. So, guess who's going to give you most of your advice?
I mean, there's not much advice to give when somebody's a couple days away. I should buy a bird.
I want you to explain that, but I'm also terrified of what I might find
I
out.
could get like a carrier pigeon and it could carry letters. And then I
Oh,
could
that's-
write Renee letters.
That is very sweet. We should probably make it a magical bird.
Well,
I can probably help you with that.
I do have this
How's-
item that can magically carry messages back and forth, but they have to
Oh,
be
we
rather
do.
short.
We do have the tweeter.
You can only do like a couple sentences at a time. So if you want to write long letters, then you'll need a proper bird.
Hmm.
Just a reminder where you live, though.
Yeah?
You're
Well,
not
what-
suggesting they'd eat a bird, are you?
No, everything on the way to eat the birds, you morons. It's an entire landmass filled with carnivores.
We literally barely made it out of the fucking forest, and you're asking me how a bird's gonna make it to the middle of the wolf.
I don't
it
know.
can
Hedwig
fly.
always managed it.
A magical bird!
It can fly.
And
mean, that
just,
makes it
by the
magical,
way,
right?
just reminder, Hedwig fucking died.
True.
Oh my god, spoiler!
It took, but it
I
took
haven't
several.
read the last book. What the
It took
hell?
several movies to die, though.
She only died because she
Ew,
sacrificed
movies.
herself for Harry.
Oh my God, Lindsay literally just crawled out of somewhere.
Love. I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed. Love.
It's hilarious. She literally came in as soon as we started talking about Harry Potter somehow.
Yeah, I was just
I
coming in to
believe
pick
it.
away one of my photo cards that I've been missing for many a year now. She's so pretty. I wish I could use her. I got this one for you.
Yes.
Anyway,
Is it drinking?
by the way, are you having this conversation like where?
I think in the diner while we're at dinner, right?
And
Or like
you,
in the inn while we're at dinner.
Raleigh, you took them specifically to the other side.
Yes.
Okay. You guys get to the other side, which is a it's not a it's a very middle of the level like establishment. It's not fancy, but it's also not like decrepit. It's very like middle class. It has a little sign in front of it with an otter, kind of like carved into the wood itself. It's a little faded, but you can tell it's an otter, mostly due to logic. Like it's called the otter side, like OTTER. So you can more or less garner. Once you enter, there are a good amount of patrons, really, like people who have. Some who have apparently gone there after work, others who are maybe nearing the time where they would be politely asked to leave. But there is a pretty alive atmosphere inside, and the proprietors, it seems like one of them, it's a couple who own this establishment and run it together. One essentially takes care of like the kitchen, etc., and the other two tending to the guests themselves. Let me just get my notes once again.
Is this an otter cafe where I can pet otters?
No, I'm
The
sorry.
otters are-
Disappointment
right
is
now.
immeasurable.
I should have thought of that, but no,
My
it's not.
disappointment is immeasurable in this
No,
movie.
just ad lib it.
Make it right now. That's so sick.
I mean, they're there sometimes.
Anyway, so the one who takes care of the kitchen is the husband, apparently. Like it doesn't show his face around much. He just sort of like pops in and out of the kitchen with like dishes and beers and beverages, etc. The one who receives you is there's sort of like middling height, half Zenitarius, half elven woman. So she has draconic and elvish features in this kind of like balanced amount. She's wearing like a very simple apron, etc. Kind of comes towards you, saying, "Oh, hello, good evening. Oh, some new faces around. That's very exciting. Are you guys new in town?" And then she kind of like she's scanning, all of your group like one by one, like new faces and all. And then she like reaches to Rala and sort of like has to drop her gaze a little bit. And as she reaches Rala, she sort of like gets a little bit of a startle and goes like, "Oh, little Missy, you're here already." She
No,
looks a little.
not yet. We're here for food,
Oh,
and
we wanted to see about getting dinner and rooms, perhaps.
yeah, what she said.
Oh, rooms as well. Oh, yes. Well, of course. And at this point, you see that she is. While she was kind of scanning you guys, but also beginning to step away so you guys could enter, she seems to be a little more like, standing in front of you and going like, oh, would you like to see the rooms that we have? We have a few vacancies that you could maybe stay the night.
Should we see the rooms first before eating?
Yes, probably should.
Yeah, I think Aluna is very much giving her a look like, am I throwing you a bone with this?
Yes, thank you. Well, the rooms are upstairs. Please, please go ahead. Pick whichever one you wish. I will be with you shortly. Milk and cookies?
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
Lily?
Thank you very much.
We will find our way up there now.
Yep.
Yeah. The like there is the main part of the inn is to the right, and then to the left is like the staircase that leads up to the rooms. You can clearly tell that it's a very classic structure. Like, first floor is a restaurant and bar, and then on the second floor is this single corridor with several rooms to the sides. You're welcome to pick any of them you like. Rala, you do know, the one that you usually go to.
I'll pick the right one.
Are there any bigger looking rooms?
Well, there is the one Rala knows.
Yeah, not that one.
Right. Is there another one that's suitable at the moment? And it says that she's just choosing one that's not that one that seems big.
Yeah. Judging off the distances from between the doors, it's kind of hard to gauge if there is one of them that is too much bigger than the others. The one that Rala pointed, once you know it's that one, you can kind of see that the door is quite far from any other doors or the wall, so it's like, oh, the inside space must be pretty big.
Okay.
It's not big enough for us all to share. Then Noah and I could probably take a room and then leave the rest to you all.
That works for me.
We will do that then.
Okay, you guys.
Yeah, we check out the big room.
Wait, you do enter the bigger room?
Is that the one that Rala pointed us at, or is that the one that Rala pointed us away from?
She said
Not that
one.
Oh, okay.
So we will just sort of
we'll just pick two of the smaller rooms.
Two rooms that are across from one another.
All right. You pick the rooms, and just
Unless
a little bit after.
Door in the middle that lets you open up, and the when the adjoining rooms have the door in the middle. Do they have those?
I don't think they would.
Okay.
The rooms always seem like individual, but not very later than you have picked the room. The innkeeper woman, she kind of comes back with a big plate with a lot of many cookies, clearly home-baked cookies, fresh out of the oven. They smell great, and several glasses of milk, one for each of you. She puts it on the table, and then she brings out another plate with a glass that is a little larger than the one she gave for each of you, and places it in front of Rala specifically.
There's a nod that Lily gives of yes, the growing child needs milk. Yes, this is right.
Oh yeah, yes, the old ways.
Somewhat concerned of Lillia thinking I think at that age I was a foot taller.
not realizing not everybody is that size.
It is kind of like you have like the barcode, like fucking like. Not that Luna's that much smaller than Lillia, but still, it's like dun dun dun.
But she, as soon as she's done placing that, she's like, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry for my lack of manners. My name is Julia Domenica. I am the proprietress of this inn alongside my husband, and welcome. Please enjoy your stay here at the other side. I'm sorry for."
You're perfectly fine, darling. You're perfectly fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
I'm sorry for just putting you in here. It's just that she kind of like gives Rala a little bit of a frantic look. Like, you're not supposed to be here until a little bit later, but it's fine. It's just maybe a little better for you not to be seen much by the other guests.
this is
Just
fine. We
yet.
just didn't really have any place to go in the city.
I'm sorry, I just wanted pie.
Darling, it's
no,
fine.
no.
It's fine. You did nothing wrong. You did nothing wrong. You needed to help your friends, and you helped your friends, and you're perfect, and that's it. I'm gonna give them pie. I'm gonna give them pie.
And if us being visible downstairs is a problem, then like we could give you a little bit of extra gold and take dinner in our rooms if that works.
Yes, of course. I'll bring you anything you wish, really.
Feel free to send for us whenever our presence is needed, or send people up here.
Yeah, yes. Well, I don't wish to. I think we should probably let Lady Commander explain everything.
I think we all have an understanding.
Yeah, but eventually the guests are gonna, the current guests are gonna start to leave, and the other people are gonna start coming in, and then you can get into the. I'll take you to the other room, and you can make yourselves comfortable. Okay?
Of course.
Sounds good to me.
All right. Now, well, I'll bring you some of that pie then. What kind of pie are we talking? Apple pie? Meat pie?
What's your favorite, Rala?
Well, I like apple, but that one he can't eat meat.
I'll
Just-
take apple pie as well.
I think
Do you have
apple pie
any
sounds
kind of
great.
like fruit and nut
Alright.
salad or something like that?
All right, great. I'll get you all settled in then, and but just a minute. She goes back to the first floor to take care of your orders. She'll be back in a few minutes, like 5-10 minutes, with a bunch of pies on top of the cookies and milk she just served.
Meal, sweets, both.
So, anything you guys want to discuss, or just fast forward to the promised
What was her
time?
name again?
Julia Domenica.
Spanish.
Spanish.
Rala.
Rala has stepped away.
Oh wait, shoot. Well, I have a question for Rala when she's back.
Tell
Just
us.
back.
We'll be able to tell you.
Oh, quick! I can ask like a quick question. Are the items, some of the items from Roll20 are in? Where does one find items to see if they're in Foundry yet?
Are you talking about like custom items or some stuff that's like native to 5e?
Custom stuff, because there was like the arms, I think, are technically.
I have not ported those over to Foundry yet.
Okay, I didn't know if they were like somewhere, and I just didn't know how to get to them, so I wanted to check real quick before.
Yeah,
I
no,
started.
they're just in my long list of failures.
No, it's just restructuring of time.
Yeah,
Shit happens.
yeah. I will try to get some item cards in working order, since
can
you
also
guys have
help,
bought
like,
items.
Make custom stuff once I get the rest of my stuff in.
Mhm. 'Cause I also don't know if I have any weapons programmed into my sheet, and I don't know how.
I've just been
Let-
editing normal weapons.
Okay.
So if there's like, you can like import like if there's like a magic one like baseline, you could probably import one and then just edit over it.
Okay, and just kind of.
Yeah, like
Especially
so if you
something
click on the
super
great axe, it'll let
specific
you
like-
roll an attack for it.
Yeah, like
Hmm.
we
It
show.
just gave the for.
While we're waiting, how are we feeling like wakeness level wise?
I'm
I'm
good.
good enough for a good conversation, and then
Yeah.
we should,
Oh wait,
Yeah,
that great
I'm
axe
a little
doesn't.
tired.
That great axe doesn't have an attack activity. That's weird. Try re-importing the great axe from plutonium, and it should have the attack
Okay.
stuff.
The
Ah, Idol's back.
yeah,
Sorry.
never mind. It'll wait.
Rala has returned.
Yeah. Myzel had a question for Rala. Rala, what did you tell the owner of the Grand Bejeweled about us? She seemed to know something, and she wasn't shaken, but definitely did not want you spouting it aloud.
So she's gonna look around the room, making sure everything's okay.
Well, besides the terrifying face you see out the window, seems
Yeah,
fine
yeah.
otherwise.
Well, you get used to it.
What?
What?
Looks out the window.
You
Is
didn't
there
hear
something
that.
out the window?
You didn't see anything.
What the
First
fuck?
off, you didn't hear that.
Oh, I didn't.
No, that wasn't
No.
Gigi's voice. That was
No?
Daka's voice.
Yeah.
That was God.
That's what I'm saying. That was God. You didn't hear that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. No, you get used to that anyway. But then she'll sort of like lean in and okay, so Miss Lambert's she's part of the GraeSCU and everything's supposed to be like shh. So it'll make sense tonight.
I'm assuming we'll find out who the GraeSCU are when Commander gets here.
The gray goose.
That's a drink, isn't it?
No, I can't. It's part of the gray goose.
GraeSCU. It's the Graethelm Special Crime Unit.
No.
And then she'll wait. No, it's what was it? Graethelm Special Citizens Unit. Are you sure about
Would
that one?
Myzel have heard of this in his investigations?
Nope.
Wow.
Oh, it's an acronym.
Yeah, but GraeSCU sounds cool.
Okay, I thought it was an animal or something at first.
I mean, it might be.
I wonder if there is an animal called a GraeSCU. It could be.
Is
There's
there an
all kinds
animal
of
called GraeSCU?
We could nature check.
Can I roll this into canon?
Don't fucking know.
No.
No
Not
idea.
that you know of.
But what if you
Never
found
heard.
one and you named it a GraeSCU?
Well, that's true. You find anything the first time you get to name it.
God damn it.
So, if you find some unknown creature, it could be called a Raskalmala or a
GraeSCU.
Lillia nut.
I don't know. I'm kind of liking the idea of naming something the GraeSCU now.
It sounds cool, right?
GraeSCU. GraeSCU.
Because we're GraeSCU to the rescue.
Oh, That could be our theme.
Okay,
And-
guys, is the conversation
Thank you.
moving on?
No, and Myzel has a follow-up.
We don't have the neurons to spare on this at this point of the night.
I was taking notes, but Myzel has a follow-up question.
GraeSCU.
I'm just waiting for
Mhm.
the thing to show. I'm fine.
And is it a problem that we showed up here early? I'm assuming this group is meeting at this inn tonight. Should the other patrons not have seen us here?
I mean,
since-
we were told as much from Rala from the very beginning.
I understand that, but who is it that we're not to trust and is not to know we're here?
I don't know. I just know that I was told to keep it a secret. So I kept it a secret. Very well, I might add.
Until we started asking questions and managed to mungle things up. But whatever, we'll find out more when the others get here.
Fast forward.
Yeah.
FF.
Okay. We are then going to fast forward a little bit of time. By this point, it's not a lot of time. You don't have to wait too much. You do, like, since you guys are already aware that this is going to happen, and you eventually, like, in moments of quiet, sharpen your ears to it. You do detect some movement, like people leaving in the bottom floor, until it seems like the place closes. You just hear the sounds of maybe Julia and her husband like cleaning up and stuff like that, and then it's just silence. Kind of like the building closed and forgot like that you guys were in. Julia comes, like, she eventually like does come upstairs and tells you guys like, oh, we have stopped activities at the bar for now. It's gonna be a little bit until people start actually arriving, because they just gotta make sure everyone that was in the bar like has cleared out. But as soon as the commander is here, and she's probably going to be here on time, we can get you situated.
So is your inn not hosting normal people right now for drinks or for late night drinks and for staying the night? It seems odd for an inn to close so early.
It is a little odd, I suppose, but we have, well, the official story is that I'm pregnant, and therefore like can't stay up until much later, so we just close up for the night. Only my husband knows that it's not true, obviously. Sneeze.
Oh, I want to say congratulations.
No.
But otherwise, yes, we're not functioning as a inn right now,
I
so we can
appreciate
host
you
other
making-
business.
I appreciate you making an exception for us then.
Oh,
We're
it's
sorry to inconvenience you.
no trouble. You're being friends with Rala. That's good enough. Well, if you need anything, just holler. I'll be greeting our guests. My husband won't be joining us, unfortunately.
Should we go somewhere to meet them, or will you come grab us and tell us where to go when it's time?
Well, since you're newcomers, I believe it's probably for the best if the Lady Commander just comes fetch you when it's time.
We'll await her here then.
All right. She heads back down, and after a few minutes, like 20 minutes or so.
Last quick question.
Yes.
And I want, since I know that they're in on whatever's going on, I want to do another detect magic and see confirm if they are free from the enchantment that I detected on everyone else.
Couldn't you just
They are.
ask him to do that?
Okay.
Doesn't Noah's eyes just do that? No.
I
Noah's-
can
Yeah, can
probably
focus on
inspect. Yeah. I can probably inspect if I really log in and use charges, and I can probably detect what's
okay.
happening with them. Yeah.
I wasn't sure
Yeah, I
if
don't
that
think
was
it's like permanent detect
No.
magic.
Yeah. It's not detect magic at all.
Yeah, it's something a little more profound, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
But no, there are no magical effects currently on her.
Okay. And I'll just, assuming we're fetched in the next like 10 minutes or so, I'll do a scan of everyone else when we get down. Otherwise, I'll cast it again to scan the others as we get in.
What do you mean?
Like when we get called, when the commander calls us to the meeting, I want to scan them. So if it's not within 10 minutes, then I'll cast the spell again.
Yeah, you have to cast it again, but that's fine.
Yeah.
So you, after maybe like 20 minutes, you begin to hear noises, like
Imagine it was
people
11 minutes.
coming in. It happens every so often, like pair of footsteps ascending and then entering a certain room. You know which room it is. They are all entering the same room. Eventually, however, you hear a knock on the door. A very precise, like
Come in.
okay. The door opens very swiftly, and you see, for those of you who have met her, Lady Commander Lucina Windrinen of the captain of the guard of Graethelm, essentially, like the highest military authority of the city. I have sent a picture of her way above in the chat. She is this woman of half Huron, half Snow Lynx Laguz descent. She's around 170 centimeters tall. She has a lean and muscular build. Many of her, the extremities of her skin, though you can't see most of it, but you can see sort of like the jaw and some edges of like the neck, have like these specks of light spotted white fur. She has slitted cat eyes, fangs, furred ears, but otherwise the appearance of like a white Huron woman with gray hair. She's wearing a fur-lined, adorned steel breastplate armor with the insignia of Graethelm's Lady Commander of the Guard. This quite beautiful helm that is kind of like cracked in the middle, and also wearing a fur cape, a blue fur cape. She carries a very large silver battle axe on her back. It's a little unwieldy for the current environment that she's in, but she always carries it with her. She opens the door and looks at all of you. Her very cold gaze, like it's not aggressive, like it's not a hostile look, but it also doesn't have much emotion to it, really. She's just looking at you guys and says, "Good evening. You have returned."
We have. It's good to see you again.
Likewise. She looks at Rala. You have done well, Rala Sokmoli.
Thank you, Commander.
I apologize. I did not understand what you said.
Luna's sort of petting Roll's
She swallows
head.
her mouth of pie.
I said, thank you, Commander Mem.
Hello,
Well.
Lady Commander.
Hi, nice
Oh.
to meet you.
It is good to meet you as well. I know the rest of you. As for you,
Who is? Which one?
Lillia, she has met the rest of you.
Hmm.
Right?
Met,
She hasn't met Lillia before.
she hasn't met Luna.
Hi.
She didn't meet Luna?
When did she meet Luna?
I don't remember meeting her. I'm just assuming she might have because I lived here,
We
but
met
I don't.
Meisel at the gate, then fucking left. He talked to her before meeting with us.
Yeah. For some reason, I injected into my head like a scene where she just like talked to all of you. But in that case, let's rewind a little bit. I don't believe I have met many of you before.
I don't believe so either.
Luna will walk over and hold out a hand. Elena Shandara, archaeologist.
She shakes your hand in a firm, very direct manner. I am Lady Commander Lucina Windranen of Graethelm.
Is she sexy?
It's for you to
She's
decide.
a cat girl.
Yeah. Also, both sun and moon Miko traits. Hell yeah. Gotta get the thing
Laura
in
has that
eyes.
specific brain.
I've heard a great many things about you, Lady Commander.
It's brain
Warrior
rot. It's severe.
I've heard a great many things about you, Lady Commander. A warrior only matched by her beauty, so you certainly have a lot to live up to.
It is surprising. Were those stories told by myself on Windblumer?
He just kind of like looks away. No pressure or anything.
And the other two?
Lily will stand up and like brush off the cookie and pie crumbs off.
Her head's probably close to the ceiling, how tall she is.
This is
Just
Lillia of the
unfolds.
Lupacilla.
Hi, I'm Lillia Elm. Yeah, I came from Lupacilla. Technically, I was from Rivers Bend before, but it's actually my first time here in the city.
Elena will actually whisper at that. Personally responsible for landing the finishing blow on the unruly monster that we met in the Wolfwood.
That is a great feat. You must have great combat prowess.
I do all right for myself.
Well, it is a pleasure to meet you, Lillian.
I'm Noah, and I actually did live here for a little bit. I don't remember meeting you.
Oh,
Somehow.
Of you I am aware.
Oh, I'm sure you are.
We just had not met yet. But obviously, there are records in the city.
Are they good records?
Not good, not bad, just records.
Just records, huh?
Supposedly you appeared someday and began living in the library, correct?
Something like that, yeah.
You have not committed any crimes, so it's of no concern of mine.
Well, as much as I would love to have idle chit-chat, you brought us here for a reason. Something that I think we have caught on to a bit already with our own sort of natural investigative abilities? And she kind of eyes myself and Noah, actually, the two of them.
Yes, I expected as much. It is easier to see for yourselves than to have it explain what is going on with the city. Regardless, in the span of, she would know the exact number of days, but I haven't done the math off the top of my head. But since you guys your characters are quite intelligent, you would know that from the time frame, she's saying that this all started in the night of the full moon, back when you guys were in the Wolfwood.
So that's like 8 or 9 days.
Around that, yes. It was the full moon where you guys were at the Howling Lake, essentially. So, since that amount of days, a strange phenomenon happened to the city. We had been investigating many things due to my Zelvon Windblumer's experiences with the Lars Beckett case. However, one day people seemed to just forget about all of that. Not merely forget, but outright dismiss the notion that a vampire could be lurking around in Graethelm, or that we could have victims of vampire attacks. Even my own men were very dismissive of the investigations and refused to cooperate. I have assembled together all the citizens that I found to be unaffected by this phenomenon. I can only assume that it is because of some quirk or other of their physiology or of their experiences that has led them to be resistant to some kind of magic that happened upon the city. I have dubbed this group GraeSCU, Graethelm Special Civilian Unit. It is an extraordinary squadron that will be dismissed as soon as this matter is resolved. But for the time being, we have resolved to meet here secretly, so as not to expose any of the members. I do not know who is causing this, or if they are a citizen living out in the open or not. Until we ascertain that, I do not think it's prudent for us to let whomever it is know that the people gathered here are unaffected. It is safer for them to pretend to also be under the spell, for the time being at least. Yes?
That is most understandable, and we gathered a couple of clues on our way in, but perhaps we should share them with the larger group after hearing more about what's been going on.
Indeed, that is what I was about to say. I have briefed you on the basic premise. We have more leads, but I believe it is more productive for us to discuss with the larger group. They are in the adjoining room. Accompany me. She like, it's not a request really, like it's an order, so she just kind of turns away and starts heading towards the door immediately.
This is the point where I would go ahead and cast my detect magic as we walk in to kind of do a quick scan of everyone.
Yep. You see that Lucina's X, the X on her back is magical, but there is no magic on her.
Okay.
And I would like to, at this point, activate my eyes.
On whom?
On her. I'd like to really lock in and see if there's anything affecting her or if she's totally fine.
It'd be very interesting if we just had these two stuck in a room together.
Myzel would be like, "Hey, check that guy out because that one looks suspicious." And Noah like zooms in on them with magical binoculars, and it's like, "Well, this, and this."
Oh, it just
Both
feels
of
like
them get
two
like the
kind of
anime eyes.
neurodivergent people just sort of like staring at each other like, we don't have anything to talk about.
All right.
It's true. We can just look at each other and discern everything there is to say.
You look at her, and Selena's eyes once more, they seem to almost like gaze into her skin itself, into the tissue of her muscles and organs, and get a full frame of reference of how her body is functioning. She is in excellent health. There are no diseases or any other sorts of conditions whatsoever. She has like all of the levels of vitamins, proteins, iron, like everything all checked out in rigorous precision even. There are no enchantments whatsoever affecting her, either beneficial or detrimental. She's fully got like a natural body currently, and you can indeed tell that she is hale and healthy. Is there anything else you would want out of that? Since you're doing like a body checkup, I don't want to just keep rattling on about her physical status, but since you are analyzing her, if there's something specific.
Honestly, no. I mostly wanted to see whether she was affected by anything, but if she seems fine, then I'll let it slide. I'll allow it this time.
She does seem to glance behind her very slightly when you lock in on her with your eyes, like that.
Oh.
She doesn't say anything. She continues heading towards the door.
What does that mean? Does she...
She's built different, bro.
She's built different. But... does she have any kind of... This is this like a magical effect of sorts? My eyes?
Yeah, it happened as you were gazing at her. And wait, do you mean if your eyes are a magical effect?
Yeah,
they are.
So would detect magic, for example, notice that?
Detect magic would definitely detect that your eyes are magical in themselves, in the same way that they detect magical items. And
but would it like detect an activation of the eyes?
I think if someone were gazing at you with detect magic in the moment you activate the eyes, they would probably catch a slight spike in ethereal activity, so to speak. Possibly. But also, you know that's not what's going on, because you're analyzing her and there are no spells on her.
Right. Maybe she's a vampire.
Built different.
Well, I'm not entirely sure. I'll make a mental note. And I might share that with... I will share that with Myzel later.
Actually, I'm going to tweak that a little bit. Like, she doesn't glance behind, you just notice her ears twitch a little.
Okay.
It's the same, there's not really a difference. It's just like a
different vibe.
Yeah, like the connotation is the same. She seems to have some sort of reaction when you train your gaze on her in a sense.
I think as we're walking, I'm gonna send a quick message to Myzel, and I'll say, seems clean, but I think she noticed when I used my eyes.
I don't know if there's... Did I notice anything change about her other than the glance over the shoulder?
No longer
as she took notice of that?
You mean magically or just in general?
Like magically or other like body behavior other than that glance over?
Nothing other than that. Just kind of like a small like, huh? Okay.
She definitely took notice, but I'm not sure how or why.
I assume you're sending message as well now.
Yeah, well, I'm replying back using that. I can reply back to your message, right?
That's
No.
how that works. Yeah.
Oh,
That's for
oh.
sending.
Oh, wait. No. With Whisper, you can do that. Or with Message, the cantrip, you can do that.
Yeah, you can.
And can reply in a whisper that on. Yes, you're true. You're true.
Yeah,
You
the
are.
message assuming
You're
you're using the
true.
message cantrip, then yeah, he'll reply
Yeah,
using
yeah, yeah.
that reply. Because I don't
You're
think I have
true.
that
You're
cantrip.
true. You're
But
true.
yeah,
You're
yeah,
true.
yeah. Oh no, wait, I do have my own message cantrip, so either way. But yeah, that'll be his reply. Is like, I don't know how she noticed, but good that she's clean. I'll scan the others as we get in.
And you
I
get
won't
in.
even nod because I'm paranoid now that she seems to be reacting.
She opens up the door to that larger area, and you do see a room that seems to be sort of like the royal suite of sorts of the inn. Obviously, it's nothing so fancy, but it is the equivalent of like, oh, this is a large room, probably meant either for a very special guest or for putting several bunk beds and allow people, like, 8 people to sleep in this room at once. But currently, all of the beds have been seemingly taken out of this place, replaced by a few small chairs and wooden stools with a table, not a very large table to not occupy too much space, but just something to put papers or other documents on. And the room is pretty full of people. There are about like 20, a little bit over 20 people here, of all kinds of social case, so to speak. There are richer people, there are poorer people, like people who look like they're merchants or craftsmen, etc. The only thing that is I've noticed is that Lucina seems to be the only military person here. Like there are no other immediately able-bodied people that you can see, like people who could probably like be warriors or be in a fight. Lucina is the only one who looks ready for that kind of effort. For the sake of as soon as you get in, like the people kind of like look at you with tense stares, sort of like as you're foreigners, but also hopeful gazes, in a way. The characters here, there are, like I said, like around 20-something people. But for the purposes of me not having to keep track of 20 people, I'm gonna just note down to you the most relevant people in this conversation, though they would all introduce themselves to you, etc., like their occupations, etc. So first, obviously, we have Lucina Windrinen, Lady Commander of the Guard. Next, we have Sister Catherine Zorkov, the Priestess of Hastia. Some of you have met her as well. She is a priestess of short stature. She has like this sort of like stern expression. It's reminiscent of Lucina, but not as cold, more so than really like harsh. Though for those of you who did live in Graethelm, she does a lot of like little gestures of kindness to people, even though she has like that sort of like scowl on her face. Physically, she is very much kind of like a human version of Fririn, with like blonde hair and freckles. During the meeting, she seems to be like by Lucina's side usually, like sort of like a right-hand woman of sorts. Not a secretary, just, sidekick. Next, we have Beowulf Gundyr. This is sort of like a stocky Jotun man of middle age. Middle age for the Jotun is like 80 years. seems like a strong guy. He's wearing sort of like a smith's apron and has a little hammer dangling from a necklace on front of his chest. His introduction is quite gruff, kind of like goes like, "I'm Bill of Gondor. Pleased to meet you." Next, you see Helen Olga von Lumhart, the owner of the Grand Bejeweled. She is there in the same clothes that you have seen her earlier in the day. She greets you very politely, not warmly, just politely. And reintroduces herself to you, even though you have already met. Julia, the proprietress of the inn, is also here. And last up in our sort of like list of notorious members that should be interacted with is Victor Four Fingers. He's an iguana lagoose, so he's sort of like a lizard guy. He seems to be currently drunk and is dressed very in tatters, essentially. He essentially introduces like, people call me Four Fingers. I think you can see why. He kind of like raises a hand and like the ring finger is missing. Isn't that funny?
Is it that he didn't have one in the first place because of his species, or it looks like it's chopped off?
No, it's chopped off.
Okay.
He lost it somehow.
On
And
which
welcome to the end of the world.
Which hand is he missing the ring finger from? This is important.
The left one.
Okay.
You remind me of Johnny Three Fingers.
Well, I got one more finger than him. But how's that for them apples?
It's for the best. A dragon bit off his.
Well, in my case, it was something far less dramatic. Just frostbite.
Is this dude drunk?
He is very drunk.
Right.
Clear.
Drunk
It
as
reminds
hell.
me of Milorian from Hunter x Hunter.
I do not remember who that is.
The like iguana guy. I just put a picture in chat.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
You do remember this. Yeah.
Oh. Anyway, these are sort of like the important NPCs of the GraeSCU. The others are there, and they are doing their best, but I'm not going to be focusing on them as much.
Alright.
I'm gonna go ask all of them questions.
I think to be more succinct. Does there seem to be any sort of like general connection between the people in this room?
That was gonna be my Zell's attempt to connect any dots, like if there were any similarities of them as well.
You can both make intelligence checks, unskilled.
He called you unskilled. That's crazy.
I know.
So stupid.
So stupid.
Okay.
Okay, boomer.
19 and 22. As they sort of introduce themselves, you guys are already thinking about this and trying to trace connections. You see people of pretty different ages. You see people of fairly different walks of life, activities, species even. Speaking of species, you do notice that about a good third of the people gathered here seem to have some sort of elven ancestry.
The people who
Have we
live-
seen many elves around?
No, not that much. Most of the people in Grimvar are of Hioran, if I recall correctly, Hioran, Zenitarius, and Jotun heritage. Elves are around, like all of the races are around essentially. The only gene are very sparse. But elves are not a majority in any sense. Like it is a higher proportion of elves than would elves or elf descendants that would normally be around.
Mm-hmm.
That is basically the only kind of relevant statistic. Other than that, people here are very different. That and the fact that Lukina is the only like military person.
Just double checking as I scan them with detect magic. Are they all unaffected by the spell or the magic we detected earlier? And do any of them have magic items?
They are all unaffected by any spells currently. You feel a little bit of divine ether coming from Sister Catherine. She has a little, not a little. It's a normal sized pendant that is this in the shape of like a dragon coiled around a hearth. But that to her, because she's very tiny, it seems a little like comically large.
Mm-hmm.
And Beowulf, the kind of like stoic Jotun, the hammer that he has on his necklace is also emanating a little bit of divine ether.
And I mean, out of character, I'm assuming that's a symbol of Vulcan, but do you think my Zell would know that?
Roll a religion check.
I love those. Let's go.
Nope.
Hey!
That is a symbol of Thor.
Thor, okay.
Yeah, the hammer is specifically shaped as Mjolnir.
The god of hammers.
Yes.
I love
I'm
meow meow.
I'm unironically yes.
Okay, with that,
Nice.
In my since my Zell got like a 20, like in this setting, the gods of the Jotun, which are the dwarves, they're all responsible for inventing things.
Love that.
You know, smithing is what the dwarves do. So each of the gods of the Jotun, like, you know, oh, this guy is the god of like swords, or helmets, or armor, or shields, and Thor is obviously the god of hammers. Alongside,
That is
obviously,
so funny.
the rest of his divine portfolio is like thunder and lightning and all of that. All of them are essentially gods of smiths, just different kinds of smiths.
Who thinks they're the best?
so just checking, in this realm, it's not weird for a Jotun to be a follower of Thor.
No, not at all. It's the
Okay.
if anything, it's to be expected since that is the god of his people.
I was just double checking because in Norse mythology, Thor's like their worst enemy.
Yeah. It's because Jotun in this case is like just the dwarf race in general, and the Norse gods are the gods of the Jotun as a species.
Okay.
There are some differences between actual Norse mythology.
Yeah.
But yes, the main religion in Graethelm is the Church of Hestia, but also because you rolled 23 in history, you do know this is a recent thing. Not recent, like, you know, decades old, but in olden times, Thor was the patron deity of the city.
Alright. I think Aluna will take one of her potions of Pandora's Illuminating Kiss, and I will cast Divination, and I'm assuming I reach out to the live stream for my question.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll ask if the one causing this charming effect on the people of Graethelm is still in the city.
Still in the city. Okay. You use the concoction, which, by the way, kind of a weird move to do in a room full of people.
It's in
kinda
her
like
hip
the-
flask.
Yeah, they're all introducing themselves to you, and you just take like some weird substance and just rub it on your skin. But anyway,
Oh, is this a rubbing? Oh, this is ointment, I guess, huh?
yeah, it's an ointment. It's supposed to be like you rub it over the tattoo
Your tattoo
Mm.
balm.
to like, yeah, essentially. So like that, so that the tattoo absorbs it and enhances its powers.
And it was just like she has like her undershirt just sort of like grabbed up into like her teeth. And she's sort of like her tattoo, her abs, and just sort of like under boob.
Yeah, someone goes like, "Are you hungry?" But yeah, you concentrate and you try to feel the flux of ether, and you make this request out of the boundless font of vitality that just flows through everywhere. It doesn't flow as strongly in Graethelm as it does in the Wolfwood. There are not as many life springs, like the concentrations of the life stream in here. But you can still feel it. You can still, as your senses are heightened, flow with its course. And as you try to concentrate on the strand, like if the magic that is affecting all of them is the source of it is still in here, you do feel it. You feel something anchored to the city, kind of like a center of gravity, like it can't even leave. And it's intense. It's strong. It has a pull to it. But though the live stream doesn't speak to you in direct words, you do get the sense that yes, it is.
And his brow kind of furrows. He kind of like it seemed as like after her and myself sort of like kind of looked around, she just very suddenly started doing this and like kind of sat down to like start rubbing this ointment, and her tattoo started lighting up white, and she sort of like started going through this whole process that she does.
Mm-hmm.
And as her eyes sort of dim down, her brow just kind of furrows.
If anyone's looking at her weird, Mizell will kind of just be like, "Don't worry, she has an ability to form a connection with the land and learn some things that way. And being in a room with others who are aware of what's going on might also be beneficial. While she's doing that, why don't you all help bring us up to speed on what you know about the situation here?"
Lucina speaks up in her very like even and pragmatic tone of voice. I have started to look into archives. All of the archives of the past years. It has been taken some time due to the lack of aid, essentially. There were many instances in which cases were not followed or not treated as a missing persons case due to some strange and inexplicable omission in the records. Given recent information, I am assuming that perhaps testimonies and officers related to the case were afflicted by some kind of mental magic in the same way that our people are being now. That seems to have been happening for more than 20 years now. As she says this, like, it's not news to them, but many of the people around like flinch a little, like, dude, that's a long ass time. I have made a more comprehensive list of people who have gone missing or were falsely reported to have left the city. Most of them seem to have come from lower income households, predominantly women. The vampire that you killed in Bristol was one such case from 12 years ago. We have also ascertained that a few notorious people that have been through the city were not confirmed to have left, even though they went missing.
You said a few people who were reported to have left were not confirmed.
Yeah, like people who had been, like, they stopped showing up around city, and everyone just assumed they left. But upon closer investigation, it seems like but nobody really saw them leaving. There are no records of them leaving. They just stopped showing themselves around town.
And we defeated 2 vampires while away, one in Bristol and one in the Wolfwood. To which are you referring?
The one in the city. Anita, she was called.
Hmm.
Do you
No.
believe that the vampire in the wood was related to this case?
I think it's too soon to rule out. I'm assuming many powerful vampires know each other and are connected in various ways, but considering this has only been going on 20 years, that seems like a long time in our terms of our lifespans, but for a vampire, that's a paltry
Myself,
span.
myself, the it is a charming effect, yes.
Of a sort, yes. Not exactly like the power that Anita had, but
Well, that's my point, exactly. She was, let's face it, on the lower end. Perhaps not even really worth the information, but the one that was attached to her may have powers of similar or heightened ability.
thinking
So-
back on it, when I was diving into Anita's mind, did the vibe that kicked me out feel at all similar to Selena or someone else?
I didn't.
It did not.
No.
Okay.
The presence was
Yes.
different.
She was definitely not a spawn of Selena, so it's possible that we're dealing with her vampire sire here.
Selena was also too racist to make vampire spawns.
True.
Her one redeeming quality.
Wow. Wild.
Porn in my racist app?
Oh god.
How were you able to? I don't remember how you were able to connect. You were reading her thoughts, weren't you?
I dove into her mind, yes, and when I got a little too far, was repelled by a force that I can only assume was her master protecting her, or it's protecting their own interests and identity. This is going to be a weirder question. Did the entity that repel me, did it feel or sound, because I think it spoke to me, more male or female? Did I kind of get a vibe there?
I think it's female. Like
It spoke to you, yes. But I would say that, it wouldn't have just, used its own voice so that you could
Yeah.
just hear it on the street and you go like, oh, it's them.
True,
Like
true.
it would have felt to you like they were using one of those voice filters that they use when people want to keep their
Mhm.
anonymity in TV shows. So you can't quite tell.
Yeah. Squid Game voice filter that makes everyone sound the same.
Yep.
I would like to try something tomorrow, since I've already used a bit of my energy for today to identify if they are indeed in the city. And there seems to be something at the core of this city, yes.
Well, as far as leads, we have discussed to some extent. We have arrived at a few oddities that have been happening around the city, though unfortunately I have not been able to investigate them, since I am the only member of the guard that has been unaffected so far.
You can rest assured that we'll look into it.
Yeah, Sister Catherine kind of like mumbles something to the side, to the effect of like, "Well, I offered to go along with you, but you didn't want to risk it anyway, so." Anyway, we should go over the things that we have discussed already. She kind of like turns to the wider group. Miss von Lumhart pipes up. Well, I have already shared this with the others, but since you are new in town, are you familiar with the neighborhoods north of the commercial district?
Do look to Mizell and Noah.
Am I?
Am
Probably.
I?
That's where the richer folks live.
That's where the
Bigger
richer folk live, yeah.
Bigger houses, etc. Indeed, it is where we live.
Oh.
Well, for some time now, there are some late night balls that would happen sometimes in those neighborhoods. I have never been invited to one quite, but they've been happening quite more often lately. Quite more. And they seem to be a bit of a private affair, but one that the people who attend just can't seem to shut up about. It does make one begin to ponder. And if I may add to what our Lady Commander Windren was talking about earlier, she mentioned certain notorious people, yes? By that, she does mean the adventurous sort, such as you. We've had some such individuals crossing our city, always make rumors and gossip in the news and whatnot. The latest one was what? That fellow named Xander Redwing or something like that. Anyway, quite a boisterous individual. Liked to go around the upper crust of town, drinking and singing tales of his glories, and suddenly one day he just leaves. At the time, of course, I just heard that he got fed up and left. But now it does seem like he just vanished into thin air one day. And arrogant as he was still quite a skilled individual, supposedly. As it seems like she has finished saying her piece, like,
Could you elaborate what you mean about people who've been to the balls can't stop talking about them?
Oh, it's just that the following day they're all very hyper, hushing and talking around corners and speaking excitedly. They won't speak to me about them, of course, because I have not attended. But they all seem to be so very infatuated with the whole affair.
People going missing. Balls that are very private and exciting.
Are the people that have gone missing people that go to those balls?
Likely not. Well, likely in the poorer spectrum. It's easier to target the poor.
But maybe they disappear at the balls also.
If they're drawn in under the guise of work or something like.
Well, I certainly hope that the attendees of the balls aren't all vampires themselves. That would be quite the problem.
May I?
You know.
Shy little guy. I forgot to introduce him earlier, but there is one more in the relevant NPC's crew. His name is Bartholomew Grimshaw, or Bart. He is the owner of Bart's Baubles, a little shop of trinkets and oddities down at the Frosty Ends, which is the poorer side of the city. He is like a descriptions. He's a man of partial dark Deva descent, so that makes him sort of like a shadow elemental, you know?
Ooh.
His skin is like a very, very dark shade, like almost fully black, but just a little bit more gray. His eyes have a very dark gray tint to the sclera itself, and the irises are black.
Did he seem nervous?
Yes, he does look quite nervous. He seems to be a little like folks are in the room are tense, and a person like Miss von Lumhart, she seems very strong-willed, like she's resolute and facing this trouble that is afflicting the town. Julia, the innkeeper, is also like, even though she's worried, she does seem to be rather brave about it. Bart, a little bit on the cowardish side. He definitely looks very shaken and very concerned. Almost like he's begging for you guys to like fix this thing.
I think Luna had like, you know, generally fairly neutral face as we were discussing this, and as he does that, then she will sort of adopt that sort of motherly gaze that she kind of tends to half give Lillia whenever whenever the situation calls for. He says, "You may."
Thanks. Like, just to finish the description, like his hair is almost like it's wisps of shadow due to his heritage, and even his shadow itself, like on the floor, it's darker than other people's. Kind of like it's just soaking in the light.
Wow, is this just Malachi? Hello?
Malachi would fit in as a dark Deva in the setting. But he thanks there. I just wanted to add, Lady Lumihart seems to have a little bit of trouble pronouncing the name. Lady Lumihart is bringing up stuff that's been happening around the richer folk, which is obviously very important. But also, we've been having some weird stuff happening down in the Frosty Ends. Folks, lately they've been looking a little raggedy. I mean, you know how the mist there is saying that when these balls happen, the folks are excited and invigorated and talking about them. Well, got a bit of a different situation down with the poorer folk, which is rather ironic when you stop to think about, rich and poor, whatever. Anyway, it's like they look like drained or something. And before you ask, I haven't noticed anyone with, fang marks on their necks, although I haven't checked very closely either. But anyway, they got like bags under their eyes, or they're a little pale. You know that way that you get when you like spend the whole night awake or something. It's kind of like that. I'm not sure what's going on, but yeah. These days, I've been noticing a lot of these people are walking around my store and looking like they've just been not having a good time all night.
What was your name again?
Oh, it's Bartholomew. You can call me Bart.
Thank you, Bartholomew. Oh, I guess Bart. That's very useful information.
Would
Okay.
Myzel be aware if there's different types of vampires in this setting? Like, there's like different types of Dhampir, like ones who drink blood and ones who like drain emotion and energy from people, things like that.
I think you've rolled for this already.
I do feel like you did, yes.
I may
feel like
have,
you
and I'm
did
just
get that
forgetting
information.
somewhere in all my notes.
Yeah, the question is not too strange to me. And I do believe that you got something of a middling result at the time. Which was we're gonna end soon, I believe. I do believe that at the time it was kind of like yes, there are different kinds of vampires of many different types, especially since technically speaking, in the broadest technical terms, Grandma Snowflake was a vampire. And Selena with her big ass blood monster form was also a vampire. So there are many different kinds of creatures under these categories, and there could definitely be some sort that feeds on different kinds of things. There is a little bit more profound lore about it, but you would have to search for it in specific. It's not out of the realm of possibility.
Okay.
Continuing this line of questions I would ask him. Bart, would you say that obviously we've noticed that people around the city have been strange. Would you say that these people become more strange after they come back tired? Or after a while do they seem to act more like those that are a bit, let's say, not there?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase that? I'm not sure I followed much.
How about put it this way? Does the timing seem to line up of them looking more drained along with after the people on the north side of town have had their parties?
I haven't checked in specific. I don't know. It seems to be happening every day lately, really. I don't know, but I mean, could be. I mean, Miss Helen, Miss Olga, Miss Lumhart, Miss you. When was the last time that ball happened? And she kind of like rolls her eyes. Well, today is Tuesday, yes? It would have been 2 days ago, on the Sunday. And Bart goes like, Well, then I guess it's not. I've seen people looking like that, like today, even.
Perhaps not directly related then.
Yeah. But, yeah, still pretty weird. Weird stuff happened.
Yes, quite. How about this? Anyone that has some information, please write it down for us. We will go through it and hopefully be able to decipher something, either through magical means or through personal investigation starting tomorrow.
Well, if you want to know about weird stuff, you know, that's not a today's thing, but I've had a lot of drinking buds over the years, you know? Guy like me just goes around town. People don't want to drink by themselves. But, you know, sometimes when they go a bit off deep end, the lady commander here kind of very mockingly like gestures towards Lakina, like, well, her cronies at least, they just grab them up and drag them to the asylum. It's for treatment, they say. And then they just never show up again. Never. Just off the street one day, into the thing, and never come back out. The end.
So getting drunk one day might be an option. Or pretend drunk at the very least.
Lukina kind of furrows her brow. This is the first I am hearing of this. Are you referring to those who are sent to the Hearthflame Asylum for treatment? Yeah. That thing. Oh, that's the name. The Hearth something Asylum.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Would he be more useful sober for this conversation?
I don't know. Haven't tested that yet.
Mizell will tap him on the forehead and mutter a spell that purifies his blood of all toxins.
Purifies.
Yeah, purifies.
That was so good. Love.
And he's instantly sober.
Kind of like recoils a little, like, what the fuck?
You can get drunk again afterwards. We need information, and it was hard to get it out of you with the alcohol in your system.
Bro, do you know how much You're gonna have to get me a bottle later.
We have one. Now.
Cool. I'm not a guy of many means. Anyway.
Keep talking.
I mean, what else do you want to know? It's just like I said, sometimes in the city, people are decided that they need help. You know? They've got a condition. They've got a problem. They've got a drinking problem. They've got a mental problem. They're crazy in the head or something. And that happens. What do you know? Get hauled off to Hearthflame Asylum, where the great Church of Hestia, again, mockingly gestures towards Sister Catherine, who, looking at when he gestured towards her, she seemed to genuinely not give a fuck. But Catherine seems a little hurt. You know, great Church of Hestia and the city of Graethelm will take care of you. The reality is, I just see my buddies get dragged in there, or sick people of the city, what have you not, just never come out again. Never.
And
Been happening
where's-
for years.
where is
And-
this place?
The asylum? Oh, it's actually not very far from here. I'm gonna.
It's not it, yeah.
You
And
guys are.
this is run
the other side,
by
here.
the church.
The asylum is here.
Oh.
Sister Catherine kind of clears her throat. The Hearthflame Asylum is not run by us, but it is an institution funded by contributions of the Church of Hestia, though it is technically run by the city itself and by the staff of the Hearthflame Asylum. But we have contributed with therapists and doctors who are living in the asylum
To be clear
themselves.
to everyone, from this point forward, as we should all understand, we do not know what is run by anyone here. Because there's likely a vampire in Graethelm. Vampires. And they are a subtle bunch, it seems. So, we'll likely have to investigate the Hearthflame Asylum. Or get brought there ourselves, whichever comes first. These parties are interesting. So Lillia starts sort of writing down just sort of like the main points everyone's sort of concerned.
Oh, this whole time, Myzel's had a notebook out and is jotting down what everyone's been
Okay.
saying. He's
He
got his
doesn't-
little investigator's flip pad.
She doesn't bother them. She's just sort of like she's getting the information and she's cutting off people before they start, going on their sort of, personal tangents of because like this guy, obviously he has a bone to pick and she's kind of like trying to just kind of like step out like, okay, that's enough.
He seems to be the worst in that regard. Like, the most cynical. The others, they don't get into such personal like things, but they do tend to spiral a little. Like
Yeah.
doom posting.
Yeah, Aluna's just
Doom
trying to
posting.
cudgel that with sort of her. Curt's the wrong word, but she's just sort of leading them out of it and just like, okay, so this, thank you very much.
It's like, and this is where your information ends, kind of.
Yeah, it's just like, let me just lead you out of wherever you're thinking. Let us worry about the rest of that. Whatever your thought, like whatever the thought that comes next, let us worry about that. All right. Anyone else?
The rest of the members just mostly corroborate those accounts. Kind of like I said, like the people I've named are to be sort of like the spokespeople for the whole group. So you have the balls that have been happening in the richer part of city up here. The strange thing where people seem to be a little haggard down at the frosty ends around here. Also, Beowulf, the Jotun who seems to have a holy symbol of Thor, does mention that it's been a pretty long time since he's been asked to do a funeral service at the graveyard, which would be around here. But it's not a place you can normally just waltz into. But he's kind of like, since you're asking. And as the
Myzel will turn to it's Catherine from Priestess of Hestia, right?
yeah, she's the priestess of Hestia.
He'll turn to Catherine and say, "Have you noticed the same? That not many people are in need of funeral rites?"
I must say I haven't. Though I'm not the one who takes care of it. It's always Father Julius who does. As far as I know, he has been handling things normally.
Well, if he's under the spell, then there's no telling. Do you think you could subtly look into whether there have been fewer rights on your end as well? I guess we can probably assume, but don't get yourself into anything dangerous.
Don't worry, I can take care of myself. But yeah, I'll look into it. I'm sure the father will be accommodating even if I make some questions. I'm sure he will.
Who said that?
The Jotun guy, just kind of off to the side.
Colorful bunch. That's a lot to think about. Honestly, I'd like to kind of sit with if that's all if those are the leads. Like I would rather kind of sit on this.
Yeah, essentially these 4 leads are what they got, and some more detailed pieces on each lead.
And we have a confirmation. Vampire is in city.
Yeah.
Or whoever did this is in city. Does that the specification of vampire is kind of the assumption, but you know.
Yeah, essentially.
All right.
That would be most of the investigation you would get from the meeting itself. As for their part, they would also ask for you guys to share some of what you did in the Wolfwood. You know, all of the parts that you think could possibly be related to this, like the stuff with the vampires and Selena, what you found about her. Anything that could be related.
Anyone who's like magically inclined inspect the arms if they want to.
Inspect the what?
Arms. With the double lunar nonsense caused by all of her experiments.
They don't have anyone versed in magic in that way.
Okay. Then
But
I
they're
would
very
keep
like,
them
whoa,
in a-
those are some arms.
Yeah, they are. Sure got them.
Some pair of arms you had there, miss. But other than that, is there anything else you guys would like to? I mean, I know that we're running a lot late than compared to what we usually do. So if there is anything else you guys would want out of this meeting, you don't have to tell me now. Like, what I'm going to do is we're going to end the meeting for now so we can call the session. But if over the course of the week or when we start our next session or something, you suddenly remember something you wish to clarify or verify or ask in the meeting, we can just do a flashback to the meeting. Okay?
Kind of just want to try something the next morning, even though I'm pretty sure it won't work.
All right. Just type it down somewhere, and we're gonna handle it like at the start of the next session.
Yeah. Because it's something I'm sure is that probably won't work, but also maybe one of them is stupid.
Yeah, like it's worth a shot. But other than that, after you guys have talked and discussed much, it seems like this thing doesn't have like a set time to end. Discussions just kind of go around and people say things, and when eventually it seems like the conversation is dying down a little, Lucina kind of like gets up and puts her hand on the table and goes, I believe we have discussed all that there is to discuss today. It would be sufficient for our meeting for tonight. For our new members, first of all, I would like to welcome you officially into the unit. And how do you say thank, but like in elegant?
In
We're most
elegance.
grateful. We appreciate
grateful.
your
We have-
assistance.
Yeah.
Is there no way for her to say like I would like to?
Thanketh.
Extend
Yeah.
my thanks.
Okay,
There is
sure.
a
And my
word that I
gratitude?
can't think of. Gratitude.
My gratitude,
yeah.
yes.
Extend my
I would
gratitude.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah,
like
I was
to
gonna say
express
that.
my gratitude towards you for helping our city in this capacity. We meet every night here at the other side. Miss Domenica has been kind enough to clear out the space for us, and we are finding ways to make it so this doesn't harm her livelihood. People here.
Yeah, would it be more prudent for us to find lodgings elsewhere then?
I
We were
do
gonna
believe.
probably get someplace to rent starting tomorrow, I think.
Yes, I have been made aware of your arrangement with Miss Domenica for the night, and I will not speak against them. However, it is notable that you are foreigners to this. Therefore, whomever is lurking will have their eyes on you, and therefore you should be careful not to overtly associate yourselves with any of our members here for their own safety. It is fine to do business with them, such as how you did with Miss von Lumhar today. But if you show signs of a deeper connection, I do not wish to put in jeopardy the rest of the members of the GraeSCU. It is a civilian, after all. It is.
Along those lines, do you think it's safe for you all to meet here every night? That alone could draw undesired attention to your group.
We have been doing our best to be discreet about it. Amongst the members of the group, this was the place that we found. It was the most discreet while also having necessary space. It has been fine so far, with occasional exception. She glances this piercing gaze towards Rala. But I acknowledge the risks. All of us do. But since we have very limited means of investigating, it's been the best we could do.
And since there may be more perceptive eyes on us, it may not be wise for us to attend these meetings every night either. Is there a better way we can stay in communication with you?
I do think our investigations may have us going deep into the night in the first place.
Yeah, we could maybe try and stop by every now and then if we've discovered anything we feel the need to share with everybody.
Make no mistake, though. What I am talking about applies only to the civilians. I am not a civilian. I do not care if they know that I am free from the enchantment. And if you need to speak to me in some capacity, I just needed to be careful with regards to the entrance of you all in the city. For if you wish to maintain the illusion that you are oblivious to what is going on in the city to your advantage, you could do so. But now that we are on the same page, I am willing to grant you the liberty to act as you choose, and should you require aid, I will do my best to defend myself.
And I still have the tweeter you sent us. And now that we're back in the city, it should be faster to communicate with it than before.
That is indeed a practical means of communication, if a bit conspicuous.
Very
Otherwise,
true.
I also believe that perhaps it could be defined that not every person need attend every GraeSCU meeting from now on. We could limit it only to those who have something to contribute. Although, to be frank, I do believe that it is ideal for all men updated on everything at all times.
It's also important to know if one of you goes missing,
Indeed.
because if they get a hold of one of you, then they could potentially rat out the rest of you.
Well, in that respect, we will maintain the current arrangement. If anyone has other ideas as to how we could proceed, present them tomorrow. Again, I appreciate your help in this matter, and we will be fighting together against whatever is going on with Graethelm. This meeting is dismissed. And Kino rises from the table and just leaves with not much ceremony.
Dan.
I'll
Yeah.
try to catch her before she leaves, just for a quick comment.
Yep. Catherine seemed to also be like, she already expected it to happen and was scurrying off after her. But yeah, you do. If you want to like catch up and like tap her on the shoulder or something. How do you catch up to her actually?
Just sort of, as you know, as she sort of goes, Luna will just sort of naturally follow. Just sort of, I think she trusts Lucina's like sort of instincts to just tell that like she has a thing to say to her, but like in a more private setting.
Yeah, as soon as you begin to approach, like she begins to go downstairs, just stops, looks at you like, do you have more things to add?
More of just a warning than anything, because I hate seeing history repeat itself. You seem very capable, and I think I can trust in that. You have strength, and that's valuable. But I do encourage you to double and triple down on making sure that your mental faculties are as strong as they can possibly be. While we were in the Wolfwood, the vampire, Selena, she used the village's strongest warrior's power against her village. There's something to be said about your strength. But mentally, make sure, more than anything, they don't get to you. And I think I can trust you to do that.
Yes.
Huh. It'd be nice working with you.
Likewise. Please do not falter in your wills.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Please do not falter in your will.
I won't. I have a
Excellent.
powerful will keeping me upright. So I have life.
Yes.
He keeps me in check.
Is that your armor?
Does she not react at all?
She simply glances down at the armor and then back at you.
Aluna? And doesn't one actually pouts? You know, most people are more shocked by that.
Oh. My apologies.
I feel like I just lost something. You have a nice night, Lady Commander.
Have a good night too. She turns and continues her walk out. Catherine kind of like follows after her and stops by you and goes like, she's just kind of like that. It's
Oh, I'm not bothered by it. It's just, you know, the whole talking armor that usually gets everyone.
It was quite surprising to me. If that makes you feel better.
A little
It's just
bit.
that
I just feel like I lost something. I don't know what I was expecting. I just,
don't take it too hard. Lady Commander is usually a step ahead of everyone.
yes, I'm not. It's just
You get used to
I
it.
was really banking on that one, you know.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know how it feels. Kind of like
It's nice. It's very
taps
nice
you
to
on
meet
the.
you.
Sorry, what?
Aluna just fully like shakes her hands. Like, it's very nice to meet you. Proper.
Yeah, kind of like taps you on the arm and continues her way out.
Yeah.
Good night. If you need a place to rest, temple.
I'll be sure to. The aether there is quite comforting.
It's glad to hear.
Smiles.
And with that, the members of the GraeSCU all begin to disperse from the building. Once upon a time, they were a little shocked by the very abrupt way with which Lucina just ends the meeting and immediately walks out. But they're used to it now. So they just kind of like, whew, okay, one more night, fellas. Many of them actually go up to you and really like shake your hands, tap you on the shoulder a little bit, thank you for your like being there and all this. You know, oh, we're counting on you. Thanks. In general, you get the sense that all of these folks, they have never had to deal with a crisis or anything. Not their calling. Like they never asked for this. But there is, even if many of them are scared, there is this sense of like they're trying. They're trying to do something. Like they could have just packed up and ran, but they're trying.
Is Rala falling asleep? Idle?
Yeah, both of us.
Yeah.
Those two player characters and two characters falling asleep right now.
I think the
Yeah.
only thing I'll add is Aluna will then sort of, I think, carry Rala to where she is. She'll just like carry Rala on her back, you know, when kids fall asleep. It's like,
And with that, we're wrapping up for today. I'm very sorry for that.
Mamma mia.
Yeah, just
Listen.
felt a little awkward to end the session in the middle of a meeting, you know.
why you
Yeah,
don't go
I'm gonna go to bed.
shopping?
Now.
I'm gonna
Goodbye.
leave post haste, but thanks for
Yeah.
the game, fellas.
I also need to go. Yeah. Thanks, fellas. Good night. Thank you for sticking through.
Yep.
Thank you.
GG.
Bunch
everyone.
of babies.
Bye bye.
You are a bunch of babies. But see, this is why we don't go